For those of you who are on the webinar, can you hear me? If you can, please send a chat to Brad McPhee, monitoring our chat. Test our sound before we get too far into it. If you can hear us, if you're on the webinar, please send a response via chat to Brad McPhee.
All right, they're hearing us real well. And just so everybody else in the room knows, the microphone is right here. So if you're talking while the presenter is talking, then the people online probably won't be able to hear very well. So, all right.
All right, great. So I'm Susan Howes. I'll start with a safety moment, and then we'll spend some time doing some introductions with all of you in the room. So start thinking about how you're going to introduce yourself. This is a safety moment that I actually prepared on Monday night. I had a SPE conference call on Tuesday, and just in time I put together the safety moments and information that was posted in the Houston Chronicle about the Zika virus. And you can see the picture on the left is the mosquito that's the particular insect that transmits this virus. It's the same mosquito that transmits several other similar type diseases: yellow fever, viral encephalitis, West Nile, and dengue fever. And the symptoms of Zika are also very similar to the symptoms of all those other viruses: fever, rash, and joint pain. Has anybody had one of the other viruses? Do we have anybody that's had dengue fever or any experience with this? I've heard it's very painful, so I haven't experienced it myself. But it's something you want to avoid, certainly. And so on Monday, the press release came out that the World Health Organization had convened an emergency meeting because they were concerned about the outbreak of the Zika virus in Latin America, particularly in Brazil, which was going to be an infection point. And they had actually tied together this particular disease with a different problem. It was microencephalopathy, small heads. And you can see that picture of a baby in the center was an example. And it had an unusual amount of people women who have delivered babies who have this problem, and they linked it, anecdotally at least, to the Zika virus. And the doctors are looking to put more clinical science to it, but they do seem to be related. And so World Health declared the international emergency on Monday. And they're quite concerned because not only can it be transmitted via the mosquitoes, but there's also been some other reports later this week, if you've been following this, that it can be transmitted via blood transfusion. So they're checking the blood supply. I read this morning that sperm donor banks are concerned because it might be transmitted that way. And they're even concerned about sexual transmission. Come on in, this is the training class. Your name tag's on the back there, and they'll help you find it. And so this is something to be concerned about. Currently here in Texas, we don't have any incidents of people who've been bitten by these mosquitoes that have developed this particular problem, but certainly in Florida and in Texas, we're in kind of the border zone for these mosquitoes in Identity 5 and the warm climate, and so it's
There is one confirmed case in Travis County now.
Travis County near Austin. I think there have been 6 confirmed cases in the Houston area, but all from people that had traveled to Latin America. So they haven't been bitten here, but certainly something to be watch out for. And if you're a traveler, if you're one who does international travel, make sure you take on a mosquito repellent and try to avoid it. Yeah.
They had also said that they breed close to the housing. They like small containers, so they were going about making sure our tires or flower pots or anything that might catch and hold. They can breed in as little as a teaspoonful of water.
Right. So those in Houston that are used to dealing with mosquitoes know that any standing water should be avoided. You shouldn't have a bird bath that hasn't got some chemical treatment. You should definitely have ways to avoid having standing water treatments in this water. And so they're really concerned about the Olympics being held in Brazil later this year. Lots of challenges. I'm sure they don't have a So let's go around the room and do some introductions of those of us here in the room. I know we've got a number of people on the webinar, so you'll get to listen in, but we've got you muted, so you won't get to do your introduction. But basically, let's give each other our elevator pitch. If you're looking for new opportunities, this is a chance to practice your elevator pitch. Try to keep it under 30 seconds, so let's keep it quick. So I'm Susan Howes, I'm a reservoir management consultant. I've had experience with large oil companies, operators, and over the years I've been involved in business development acquisitions and reservoir management and talent management. And I think that's an area where I have a unique area of expertise in developing technical talent, attracting, recruiting, and retention of technical talent. And so why don't we start from the front row? You get to go first. Stand up, please. And tell us who you are.
So my name is Ignacio. I've been here in the University for 15 years. I worked for Schlumberger for 10 years, and then with Shell for 5 years. And I'm actually looking for a job, of course. Interest on this is basically you understand a little bit better about what's available and the hiring process and what are the options and all of things. I've been in the market since October last year. I've been having some interviews and some good stuff that I can share also this morning.
My name is Carlos Chacon. I've been in the state from 2010. Started my career in the oil pipes in Canada, marketing division and service lines, and moved to Fort Ewing, spent a total of 7 years in the field, and then moved to the office as a technical sales rep. For 2 years, I got laid off back in December. Open to any opportunity to move forward.
Hi, my name is Susan. I work for Baker Hughes until last December. And I also work for Baker Hughes for about 1.5 years and for Caliber for 10 years. In between, I work for 10 extended science that will show engineering life over there. They also developed the shield at this time. And my expertise are hydraulic fracture modeling, subsurface modeling, and I also developed my own numerical code. So, yeah.
Hello, my name is Pat Barnes. I made up in October from was in a very small company. Very so small that the time involvement and I'm looking for an opportunity. It doesn't need to be management, we did reservoir evaluation and water analysis. So, looking to see what it is.
Yeah, I'm Sandy Machota. Susan was great former IBM petroleum geologist and had over 30 years experience in deepwater Gulf of Mexico, Shell, and also 3 or 4 years I've been with you. Now with Amoco, the first federal office, and then the sheriff's state in 2000, and the last company was BHP.
Alma Cedeño. I am a chemical engineer with a master in environmental. That's the area that I've been working for more than 20 years for large oil companies. The last one was ConocoPhillips. My expertise is management system, development of HSE management systems, information system, auditing, and well, I'm also looking for opportunities to continue engaging people in driving HSE, etc.
I'm Judy Schillinger, and Sandy and I follow geology and geophysics.
Welcome.
And another one of Susan's adoptees. I also have a number of years of experience in the industry, starting out at Amoco with a number of mid-size and smaller. Most recently, Southwestern Energy. There were some cutbacks there. My area of expertise is I've been in the trenches, everything from exploration to development, and primarily a team builder. I've done supervision and technical staff development, training, and that sort of thing. So a little bit of everything and quite a bit of expertise. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Jay Davis. I'm a drilling engineer and operations consultant. Been doing that for the last 20 years, working for everybody from VP down to two-man G&G type shops. Effectively have not swung a lick since January of last year, so everything has slowed down considerably. I've been in the business for 40 years.
I'm Paul Miller. You have company. I'm an E&P geologist. Been in the business for a few years, of course. Been around the block twice, actually. Started with BHP Billiton, formerly Monsanto Oil Company. So I kind of go back a bit with them. And spent time with Cabot Oil and Gas, medium-sized independent, and more recently with the small independent downtown Etico Limited Partnership. Mostly Gulf Coast experience with minor stints in the Rockies and West Texas. Workstation experience. That helps.
I'm Jennifer Wilson. I petroleum engineering grad. I started my career in unconventional natural gas shale and have had a few bumps, so anyways, but worked all the way to a tertiary recovery oil company, independent, very small CO2 floating company, and was laid off in January. Looking for anything.
Gene Kabelka, 45 years experience in business, drilling, production, reservoir, IHD, and offshore decommissioning. I got semi-retired last year, and right now I've spent the time since then reinventing myself as a low capex prospect generator. I've seen a lot of things in my career that we walked away from way back when we didn't have the technology we have now. So here's hoping. I've got a few people nodding their head and not shaking their head.
My name is Kevin Lanier. I've got 25 years of experience with a petroleum engineering degree and an MBA. Began my career in West Texas. Worked all over the world in business development, subsurface engineering. My area of expertise is team building, subsurface engineering, and I've been on the hunt for new positions since June of last year.
Hi everyone, my name is Brad McPhee. I'm a profit-focused petroleum engineer. Been in the industry for 8 years, so it's been a great ride so far, and I look forward to several more excellent decades. I have worked all over Texas and Louisiana. I've managed 950 wells in 6 different reservoirs, and an accomplishment I'm really proud of is we increased reserves in a South Texas really small oil field by 700%, and production started in the field in the 60s, so I thought that was pretty great. Look forward to getting to know y'all.
Hi, I'm Syed Tariq. I just retired from ExxonMobil after 39 years of service. I'm a reservoir engineer. And I also worked for Schlumberger 15 years, so my whole industry experience is about 39 years, 15 years in Schlumberger. My expertise in reservoir management, field development, EOR, and general reservoir engineering. I have a lot of experience. I spent a lot of my career in Middle East, in Qatar and Abu Dhabi. So in my heyday, I managed the largest gas field in the world, that's North Field. And also then I managed one of the largest offshore oil field in Abu Dhabi, Upper Zakum. So 2 years ago, I came back to Exxon, and with an intention of retiring in a couple of years. So now here I am retiring, so I want to reinvent myself, do something else.
Hi everyone, my name is Javed Saidi. I've been a proud member of SPE since 1971. I was enrolled as an SPE member in Tonka, Oklahoma, and I remember my first SPE meeting. They showed the first moon pictures to SPE in Oklahoma. Anyway, so I have worked for a major oil company, a major service company, and then consulted for several national oil companies. So I have been independent since 2009. And several consulting assignments all over the globe and in the United States. So my expertise is classical or general reservoir and production engineering. And recently I was very much involved in integrated operations, which I think is the need for the future. And this was for a national oil company overseas, where you integrate and integrate the topside, the wellbore, and the subsurface, and identify the bottlenecks, because there's a lot of red money being leaked, on the top side. You can never imagine. And you lose more money on the top side in choppers, in compressors, and all that. And of course, you have to increase your reserves and productivity. So that was a project I was involved in the last 3 years. So I would suggest everyone to get involved in all the aspects of petroleum engineering and GAG and become a generalist and not specialize too much. Okay, thanks.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeff Whitaker. I've worked in the industry for a few years, been Schlumberger, Shell, Downhole Video, Expro, most recently WellTech. And what I find to do best is that I lead teams in complex technology and information sales. It is where you have a lot of stakeholders involved with the project, and they need to basically all come together and eventually come to a consensus on bringing in different types of technology to achieve something. I do this by developing effective business plans, collaborating with peers, monitoring performance, and then just plain old hard work. So Jeff Whitaker, Executive Account Manager.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Aniket Kumar. I do not have as much experience as some of you out here. I've been 5 years in the industry, graduated with a MS from University of Houston, and I've had a couple of service company experiences. So I worked up in Oklahoma for Schlumberger, doing hydraulic fracturing jobs, and then for Halliburton, developing drilling engineering software. So I'm here to use this opportunity and use this downturn as an opportunity to expand my skill set. And as you said, I want to grow my petroleum engineering skills to become a generalist and have exposure to all the different aspects that are out there, so that in the next coming 10 years or 15 years, we can add value as young professionals to the industry and transform that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dele Ademji. I'm a well intervention engineer. I got laid off last year around about a year ago, around February of last year. Right when it happened, I met with some group of people. I would try to set up a company in Southern Africa. But unfortunately, the industry is a global one, so downturn also affected us pretty bad. I came back to the States last year, December. And ever since then, I've been trying to get a job. So found out about the conference. I thought it would go for that trade, so I came for the
Hello, my name is Vanessa Mill. I'm not a geologist or an engineer, but I work for one. I work for Fullerene Energy Staffing, so I actually recognize. So my Cheryl Fullerene is my boss, and she's a reservoir engineer, and she's really known in the industry, and asked me to come here to see if I can get help in one. So if you have a resume and you're looking, you can take a look at what positions we have open and try. I can't promise anything, but we'll try our best.
Roger's one of our speakers and introduce himself.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Elif Menyoli. I'm a geophysicist with extensive experience in the oil and gas industry. I work with large companies such as Marathon Oil, Total. My last assignment was working in pre-salt areas in West Africa, Gabon particularly. So I have extensive experience both in technical role and management, and particularly seismic imaging and using seismic attribute for interpretation purposes.
Hi, I'm Jane Walker. I'm probably the only one from the UK here, possibly. I'm a petroleum engineer. I've worked mainly in the UK, offshore the North Sea and the Irish Sea with British Gas, Marathon, and Total, some companies. And I'm very much a generalist because I've had been away traveling. I say traveling, it sounds wrong. Raising children overseas, internationally, and I'm now relaunching my career at the best time in Houston. But I do have a work authorization visa, which is the first time ever it's my third time in the US or fourth time in the US. We lived in Nigeria, Kazakhstan, Aberdeen, London, Morecambe Bay, if anyone knows that. It's not very smooth, but good gas fields offshore there. So yeah, good time to relaunch in Houston. It's the place to be. If you're going to relaunch anywhere, it's Houston, right? So.
Hi, I'm Kathy Roldan. I am a geophysicist, as I'm glad to see there's a couple of us here today. I have worked several years for companies, both small and medium-sized. I worked with Pollock Cabot. Most recently, I was with Murphy. My experience has been onshore Texas and Louisiana, both conventional and unconventional resources. I'd like to think that that's a nice variety of experiences that will help me land a new job.
Good morning, my name is Brendan Donnelly. I've actually been in the industry since last May. Graduated from the University of Oklahoma, degree in petroleum engineering. Currently a production engineer for Apache, thankfully. Working production engineering for Western Oklahoma. Just here to get some information, hopefully stay ahead of the curve and be prepared given the current downtrends.
Great. And Greg's the speakers for today. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate the introduction. And we'll have a chance to get to know each other better this morning. So that'd be a good place to start. And be sure and exchange business cards and get to know some of the people sitting around you as we look through the morning and breaks. And just a couple of comments about the background of this series. Roger Hite is our Gulf Coast Regional Director for SPE, which Houston is a significant part of. And he and I were involved in some discussions with the SPE leadership about what can we do? What can SPE do during this downturn? And so this is part of the series that we have launched. You are the first group to come in for this series. We're going to hold these events monthly. Generally the first Friday of the month, but it might change if there's a holiday that impacts that. So we put the dates in one of the handouts that you'll see as resources. You can put those on your calendar. We don't actually have them all the agendas firmed up all the way through September, but we will. And the pattern will be generally something like this, where we'll have critical speakers. We'll present a variety of different topics. You'll get a chance to network. It hopefully will be useful to you. We'll cover a lot of different areas. And so if you have suggestions for speakers, feel free to provide us with those ideas. Alex McCoy and I are co-chairing this initiative. We've added members in transition. So, but you don't have to be an SPE member to benefit from it. So be sure you share these ideas with your friends. And we'll be talking a little bit more about the SPE resources at the end of the session. But I just want to give you a little context because you are the first group to get to take advantage of it. So, and with that, I'm going to ask Roger to come forward and speak our first speaker. Introduce yourself.
Susan, if you move it up, move it to the middle of the page, middle of the screen. There's a button. Try that orange button. What does that say when you hover over the orange button? Yeah, hide.
Okay, I wish I could do small stuff. 10 years, but we can live with that. I like to move around a little bit, so hopefully you can all hear me. I'll try to talk louder. My name is Roger Height. I have degrees in chemical engineering and worked for MiT for a long time. Started working for them in the downstream, and at some point they transferred me to the upstream. And at the time, I really didn't like it. I thought that was a bad deal. But in retrospect, after some years of reflecting on it, I think it's the best thing that ever happened to me. Because the upstream business is vibrant, exciting, it's big, it's important, and it's a lot of fun. So anyway, I'm really glad that I got into the upstream side of the business. I worked for that company for quite a few years, and I got one of these wonderful packages and got my financial freedom. And but I was not at all ready to sit around watching television all day long, so I decided to get into the consulting business. So that's why I'm here to share with you my experiences. I don't consider myself an expert on forming a business, but I am experienced at it, so maybe managing in the oil industry, so I did have experience with it some value from all of them. So I wanted to echo what Susan was saying. A number of us in the Society of Petroleum Engineers are very concerned about our members and the difficulties people are facing. It pains me every time I hear someone, you talk about how you got laid off, as I go around the industry, I find people whose projects have been canceled, contracts are canceled. It just seems bad news everywhere. So the only good news I've heard, by the way, is people talk about how they were innovative and found a new way to do things. So that's the good news, and we got abundance of bad news. At any rate, we're all very concerned about our members, Susan and I and others, like everybody at SPE. And so in the Gulf Coast section, we have two initiatives to try to help. And one is this member in the transition series, and we'll also talk about ideal launch pad. I'll talk about that in a minute. These are two very positive programs designed to help people in these difficult times. Susan and I are also authoring an article for the March issue of JPT, which we'll talk about how to prosper in a downturn, how to thrive in a downturn. So hopefully some of this will help. We cannot find a job, we can't do that. We can't write your resume for you, but we can share with you our advice. We can make stuff available to you to help out. We can do everything we can to help. And hopefully this will, hopefully something we do will help you get through these difficult times. Okay, so go ahead and move this around.
You just click, left click. Just the normal.
Okay, again, I don't really consider myself an expert on forming a business. I will tell you, give you some resources, people who are experts in it, but I do have some experience, so maybe that experience will help. Again, I left a major oil company in it's actually in 1999, and I realized I had to do something, so I didn't want to sit around and watch television or whatever. So I first thing I did was, so I decided I'd get into consulting, and I was lucky because there was a part of the large corporation that I worked for that wanted me to come back to consulting for a short time. So I had a built-in client to get started. I was very, very lucky. First thing I did was to form a DBA, which is something you can do. You go downtown to the Harris County courthouse. I don't recommend this, by the way. I see somebody taking notes. But you can do it. I mean, it's real quick. It cost me $15. This is some years ago. It's probably more now. But $15, you can register that you're doing business as some name in Harris County. That gives you some legitimacy. So that's one thing you do. And I did that, and that worked for a couple of years. Then I ran into a friend who also was looking for something to do, and we decided to do consulting together. And so we formed an LLC called Business Fundamentals Group. At the time, we thought we'd do consulting, business advice, and so that's when we came up with that name. And we continued that for some time until he decided to retire. He's now living comfortably and happily in the Austin area, and I'm still working. So, But we had a very good relationship for a long period of time and did consulting for quite a few years. During that time frame, we had some other people we ran into, and we had the bright idea that we would buy some property, well-producing property, and use enhanced oil recovery to add value. And so we formed a company called EUR Partners. It's an LLC. I think this one is a Delaware LLC to be exact. And so we began to look around for properties, and sure enough, we found one. We found somebody who wanted to. We had a property. They wanted us to work on it. So with them, we formed Black Horse Energy LLC, and that LLC owns a small oil field in southern Louisiana, and we own and operate that oil field. So that's an ongoing business. And then again, I mentioned my business partner decided to retire. So we put an end to Business Fundamentals Group, and then on my own, I bought Inwood Solutions LLC, which is a Texas LLC. So, and I continue to do consulting as Inwood Solutions. The name Inwood is the name of the street I live on. So that's my experience. So we have quite a bit of experience to draw on, I guess.
A question.
Yeah.
What is the difference between doing an LLC in Texas and in Delaware? In Delaware, I see one of your companies was.
That's a good question. And people tell you that Delaware is more favorable to business. Quite frankly, I don't know what the advantage is. And when I formed my own company, I live in Texas, and getting a Texas LLC is a snap. I don't know why I should go to Delaware, but I'm sure getting one in Delaware is just as easy. And I'll talk about how you do a Texas LLC. It's very easy and very quick. But it's also got to be one in Delaware. And one of these, well, I forgot to mention this one. This is a Mississippi LLC, and it's very easy in Mississippi also. So, I forgot to mention this one. This one, this is a company that owns and operates or owns and maintains some family property. So it's something they inherited. And it says in real estate, we actually own 3 parcels of land in Mississippi. We have managed it as a family endeavor. So that's what that's
Raj, you might recall that the folks on the internet can't see what you point to on the screen, so you may have to.
Oh dear.
Unless you move the mouse around over them.
They can see the mouse.
Oh, they can? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to stand behind the podium. All right, so Business Fundamentals Group, again, was a consulting group with a friend of mine. We were partners, was intended to acquire properties to improve the recovery. Black Horse Energy is a product of that effort. Simmons got a few properties that owns and operates parcels of land in Mississippi. They're family inheritance. That's my wife's maiden name, Simmons. And Inwood Solutions is my own personal consulting purpose. Okay. Now, I have to stand behind it.
I can only, you want to put it straight on home.
Well, okay. Well, I don't think I need to now. I'll be careful. Thanks, Jeff. Looking around for advice on the internet, there's a lot of sources for advice in starting your own business. People who really know what they're talking about. One of the best I thought is the Small Business Administration. So they have a website. The URL is mentioned down here, but they have a website with advice on starting your own business, and I thought this was probably as good as you're going to find. So I'm going to make use of this. There are other resources, and I'll list those a little bit later on. So we're going to start with the SPA. They have, here I'm pointing, well, I can see, so. But they have some questions about, is entrepreneurship good for you? And these are really good questions. So we'll start with that. We'll go over these. There are 20 questions to ask before starting business and 10 steps to starting business. So we'll go through those. And I think it's very helpful on the website. The first is entrepreneurship good for you? And there's some things to consider here. I think there are 3 major things to consider when you're starting your own business. One has to do with the risk. We got to talk about risk. And the other is marketing and selling. Us engineers are not good at marketing and sales. We know nothing about selling. It's totally blind. So those of you who are geologists, I trust you're better at this, but they're not at all. So many engineers are pretty bad at this. So this is a hard thing for us to do. The third thing has to do with money, because you gotta pay the bills while you're doing this stuff. So let's start with taking risk. In my case, in the early years of my career, I had a wife and 3 children who liked to eat and live in a nice house, and they wanted lots of clothes, and they had orthodontists and dancing lessons and all that stuff. So I was very, very risk averse in the early part of my career. So, so I would not have wanted to be out on my own. I just couldn't handle that risk. Later on, when I got the wonderful package from the major company, that gave me financial freedom. So I now like risk. I can take risk now. It's a good thing. So it's a lot of fun. Frankly, I've never made this much money as an entrepreneur or consultant as I did with a major company, but I have a lot more fun too. So, and I can afford the risk. So it's been very good for me. But you need to think about your risk tolerance. Some of us have been around a while and have nest egg, have various bank accounts, so we can probably afford those risks. Those of you who are a little younger, early in your career, I'm not sure how you think about how you feel about this, but this is something you need to be very careful about. That you have to eat and need a place to live. And all those that take money. So think about how you're going to handle getting expenses paid while you're forming a business. It's a really good thing to be born rich. I totally missed that. Or a good thing to marry a very rich spouse. I missed that also. And so I over 2 at the outset here. But at any rate, in my case, I had to wait until I got the package in some return before I could start taking risks. But you all should think about how you're going to do this, how you're going to fund yourself while you're not looking for work. So consulting has its ups and downs. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. The other thing is you have to be independent. That's part of the risk taking. So when you're a big company, decisions are often made by a committee or a group of people, or maybe it's made by the boss. And so it's made by consensus with a group of people. So you can say, well, that's not really my decision. You're independent of that. You don't have to accept responsibility for that. But when you get out on your own, you're doing a consulting business. Who makes the decisions? The answer is you do, and you live with those decisions. So you have to have some self-confidence. You have to be willing to live on the decisions you make. For me, that's frankly not a problem. I don't mind that at all. So, but think about that for yourself. Being persuasive and able to negotiate, that's the other thing, is you have to be able to sell yourself. Marketing and selling becomes an important part of your business. And those of you, I heard a lot of people talk about your current between jobs, let's say, and so you want to use your skills in some way. So to me, this is well, I guess it's one of the key areas, but you really have to think about how you're going to convince people to give you money to do what you can do. It's marketing itself. And again, I think for engineers, this is not a natural thing. Engineers are definitely afraid of the word no. You just can't handle it. So, but you have to be willing to risk that. You have to stick your neck out. You have to develop a knack with marketing and selling. It's not something you learned in engineering school, and it's not something you're very good at. But this is very important. Something I continue to struggle with. Continue to try to learn how to do this better. You can get a website, and I have a website for my business. It's professionally done. And I certainly have business cards, which I carry with me at all times. But this is not enough. Well, I'm on LinkedIn and WebPro too, so I have all these social sites. I'm on all those things, but this will not get you business. People don't hire a consultant, look up on the yellow pages and find a reservoir engineer or geologist. They will all hire that because he's a geologist. They don't do that. They hire you because they know you and they trust you. So if somebody's going to give you a bunch of money, they're going to have a good feeling that they are going to get value for what they're paying. So they have to know you, and they have to know you can do the job they want done. So having a website is helpful in the sense it gives you authenticity. And if people want to find out who you are, they can look that up on the web and find out something about you. But they're not going to hire you because of what you put on the web. So that's not enough. That's good marketing, good selling, but it's not enough. You're going to have to get out and get people to know you. Social media. I find that younger people, what is your name? Jennifer, you're one of the younger people here. So maybe you think that, maybe you feel that social media are valuable. Younger people I talk to think it's a great thing. You have to be on the social media. And us older guys that don't understand that at all. So I don't know the truth about that, but in my case, I'm on all the social media, I think, and I try to keep it up to date, but whether it does me any good, I don't know. If I talk to younger people around me, they all think it's the greatest thing in the world. So I don't know what you think. But...
Old school.
Okay.
I know.
So we're all together here, I guess. At any rate, I think I would certainly recommend you use these. Get on LinkedIn. People will look you up, but they're not going to hire you because of what you go on LinkedIn on your website. You're going to have to do more than that. That's important. You have to be persuasive and able to negotiate. It's a really when somebody says, somebody asked me recently, "Can you do this job?" And a smart guy said, "Yeah, sure, I can do that." And then they said, "Well, how much is it going to cost?" You know? And now you have the really hard part. You have to negotiate that. So, and you have to find something that they're comfortable with, and something that will give you adequate compensations. And there's no answer to that. So you have to be willing to negotiate. Talking about, how about something? Kind of watch their faces. Hopefully we can find a nice big number that they're willing to pay. You may have to be creative. Certainly be supported by others. I think supported by others is you may need financial support. Your spouses may want to, should be buying into what you're going to do. There may be some risk involved. And I also find it's very helpful to have people around you that can help you do what you're going to do. So I like to form partnerships, alliances. I don't need contracts necessarily, but I have people that I draw on. Sometimes I work for them, sometimes they work for me. It's just fun. Okay, so the questions to ask, why am I starting a business? To be out on your own, you really should answer this question. Why are you going to do this? Because there's risks involved and there's exposure and businesses go up and down. So why are you going to start this? In my case, it was very clear. I did not want to sit around and do nothing. So, and I had the security at that point. So it was clear to me that I wanted to do it. So I got very clear. But we want to think about why you want to do this. So it may be that you want to pursue a career in a corporation again. Keep looking for jobs that you find. Some of you have been out on the street before and found jobs, and so you know how to do this. It may be that getting back into the corporate world is just what you want. But anyway, think about why you're really going to start a business. And what kind of, yes, sir?
Would you recommend going to someone like SCORE to help you write a business plan and start your own business?
Good question. I'm going to defer the answer for just a moment, because that's a very good question. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that momentarily. So, okay. What kind of business do you want? Now, in the petroleum industry, I think there are three kinds of businesses. One is consulting. It's a consulting business. The other is you have a widget you want to develop, a better widget, or maybe a better software tool. Some of you are in the software business, I believe. So in that sense, you're going to form in a sense, a service company. develop something you can sell to the industry, and you become a service company. And the third is you buy oil field and become an oil producer. So that's the third kind of business. Now, what you need to do is different for those three cases. So, I wanted to do a quick poll here. I think most of you are interested in consulting if you want to do this. Is that right? I see some hands up. Does anybody want to form a service company and write software, a better widget? Yeah. A couple of you, okay. And anybody interested in buying an oil? Oh, really? I have one for sale. All right, so we have some of all three kinds of business. It's hard to talk about. But certainly, who's your ideal customer? Who what you're in? Again, how do I advertise my business? And how do you get money to get started? Are all very important questions. These are part of the 20 questions off the Small Business Administration website. You certainly need to think about who your competition is. You're going to have to beat the competition. Everybody has competition. Everybody. You've always had that. So you have to think about how you're going to beat them. How do you legal structure for your business? There are probably two really common alternatives. One is to form a corporation. The other is to form an LLC. I've always chosen to do LLCs because they're quick and easy. Both of them give you legal protection. So as you're doing business as an LLC, if somebody's unhappy, they can get the assets from the LLC, but they can't take your home, your personal bank account, or anything like that. They can't get your car, can't get your wife or house. So an LLC gives you the legal protection you need, and as does a corporation. So I'd say one of those two. That's why I said the DBA is not a good idea, because you do not have legal protection with the DBA. So it wouldn't be bad.
I have a question. How easy is it to dissolve these companies? It sounds easy to start them. How do you dissolve these companies? Get to a point where you go back into corporate.
Yeah, that also is a good question. And it turns out, and the business fundamentals group is something I need to put into. That was ended. We actually dropped that in 2014. And I got some letters last year that we had canceled it. So I need to do whatever it takes to put that training in. And there are some forms to fill out. I don't think it's all that hard. This takes time, and I haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah, I come from the CPA and basically write out a letter to the Business Commission of Texas Housing.
Yeah.
You have to pay some fees, $400 to change it.
Well, I still have to do that, and I haven't done it. About taxes you have to pay, I've never seen that as a problem, but taxing agencies will find you. And, I mean that as a positive thing, because you don't have to worry about it. You'll find out. So, in the state of Texas, you're certainly going to have to pay federal income tax. You all know that. And you'll have to pay franchise tax. Now, franchise tax, if your income is low enough, you don't pay any franchise tax. So I have to fill out a form every year, and it comes to me, and I fill it out and send it in and say I'm low, and that's fine. It goes back. So, and if you're in the oil industry, you'll need lots of permits, and so you'll need an expert to help you with the permits. That's a very difficult area. What kind of insurance do you need as a consultant? It's very hard to buy insurance. You have to find somebody who's willing to sell it to you. Most companies like State Farm and Allstate, those guys aren't interested. But I would say you probably don't need insurance as a consultant, really, if I were to do it, because you have the legal protection as an LLC or a corporation that gives you more protection you need. One thing as a consultant, you should be very careful never to accept responsibility for the client's business decisions. Sometimes you'll see contracts that will make you as a consultant responsible for their decisions. Don't do that. Don't ever do that. Make it very clear. You're a consultant. I'm going to do my very best to give you good advice. And if you take it, shame on you. It's your responsibility, so not mine. So be very clear about that. So then I don't really think you need insurance. Be careful about that. some of these questions are good to think what kind of business you're going to get into. If you're going to get into a service company, you may need some funding to help develop the idea. And I'll talk about some sources for that in a bit. Certainly, if you're going to start your own well company, you're going to need some big money for that. I have a couple of friends who are in that trying to do that. One in particular has a $700 million line of credit from a big banking firm, and they're out looking for properties to buy with that $700 million. So that's the kind of thing you're going to need to do as a group, where you can get maybe lucky and find something smaller. But in those cases, you're going to need money. As a consultant, you probably don't need a loan. You probably don't want a loan. You don't want a debt burden. You don't want it.
Roger.
And I have a question. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, Roger, with the AAPG, they have it's like a form, consulting form for geoscience. And you start with that if like you usually consultant in Washington or somebody like that. So you can take that and alter that for geoscience.
Okay. I'm sorry, you had a question.
Yeah, in addition to the tax liability of setting up a service company, what would you recommend as far as getting adequate enough insurance to work with a major company in a contract position or a private equity firm?
Yeah, I've never done that before, so I'm not sure. As a consultant, I don't think you need insurance. I don't really recommend it. And I've tried to buy it before, and it's hard to find somebody who will sell it to us.
My experience has been that, yes, it's hard to find, and yes, it's expensive, but most major companies, if you're going to consult with them, require, like a BP is $2 million.
Oh, yeah? Well,
and it cost me about 10 grand a year.
10 grand a year. Wow. Yeah. That's a lot.
So no, I mean, you know, be prepared for sticker shock.
I don't guess I've ever worked for a major law company. I worked through law firms for major companies.
Well, you know, I mean, you have that cushion there, but the thing is, when you shop for insurance, you tell people, I do not manage, I advise.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Now, if you own and operate, you definitely need insurance. That it is expensive, but you definitely need insurance to move and operate. As a service company, I don't have much experience with that, so I don't know. Yes, sir.
As a DBA, do you pay franchise tax?
I did not.
Okay. But for LLC, you will have to.
Yes.
That's why I asked the question about the Delaware and the Texas, because I was told that the Delaware LLC doesn't pay franchise tax.
Do not.
That's what I need to find out more than that. Because with the Texas, you have to pay, I think it's every 6 months or
Once a year.
once a year.
I think you do. Business fund rules pay the franchise tax, and that's a Delaware LLC. And we pay we had a franchise tax form to go out. So we never crossed the threshold, so it's in the time we fill out the form. So I'm not so sure about that. By the way, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't give you legal advice. I should have said that right up front. So how do you get started in the business? Again, this is off the SPA website. First thing is to write a business plan. I think that was your question. As a consultant, my suggestion is you should develop a business plan, but you can write it down on the napkin. And you don't need to be very extensive about it. You can think through what you want to do and how you're going to do it, but you don't need to write an extensive business plan. And friends of mine say you shouldn't spend a lot of time at it because it's going to change a lot. And that's true. As you get into business, you will learn and grow, change your plan. And so if you write a big, extensive business plan, it'll probably be out of date within a year, and you have to start over. So So I wouldn't spend a lot of time, but I would certainly do it. Have it fixed in your mind what you want to do and how you're going to do it. If you're going to have a service company, I think financing, you definitely need a business plan. It needs to be well thought out and written down, and needs to be very, very, very professionally done. So for our oil field lead operator, trying to market some stuff on that, and we got a very good business plan, well documented, well written. So I'll definitely do that. But they'll change as you go along. Business assistance and training, yeah, that's very helpful. And I'm going to talk about resources for you in just business location. I don't kind of natural as a consultant. My business location is my house. So it's easy. I don't have to finance what I do, but we do have. If you're going to buy properties, you're going to have to get a loan for that, probably, unless you have a really big bank account. So you'll have to do financing. Legal structure, again, I'm not a lawyer, I can't give you legal advice, but I think the LLC works really well. Friends of mine have corporations, and that's fine too. So, and I'll show you a little bit how to do it. You need to get a tax identification number, and that's a very easy thing to do. Licenses and permits as a consultant, I don't think you'll need those, but if you're going to be, if you're going to operate an oil field, you're going to need all kinds of permits to do that. Okay, resources. So if you're in Houston, you're blessed with a lot of really good resources for starting a business. We're really lucky here. But the first and foremost is the Houston Technology Center, which is an accelerator. It's a very good organization, so I highly recommend it to you. If you're considering using it, in fact, they're a good source for just learning more about how to start your business. So I would recommend you get this out of there. There's an orientation session that they offer twice a month. The next one is the 10th, but I believe it's next Wednesday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon downtown. So if you're interested in learning more about how to start your own business, I would definitely get in touch with you. They accept people in their program, as their acceleration program. To be accepted, you have to have a company headquartered in the Gulf Coast area. You have to be one of their focus industries, and that's easy because energy is one of their focus industries. You have to have a proprietary or disruptive technology. So that's a challenge to overcome that. You have to have the potential to reach $3 million, $30 million in the 5th year. So they're looking for bigger things. And you have to be willing to assemble the appropriate management team. So, now, I forgot to mention that I should, that that's very important too. If you're going to own an oil field, or if you're going to be in the service industry, you're going to need a team of people around you. So anybody who's going to give you money is going to look first and foremost at the team you assemble. And so you have to have a good team with a good reputation to move forward. Anyway, HTC is a very good organization, and I recommend it. It turns out that, I think the next slide, one of the programs we've been, I'm sorry, I got to go back.
Previous.
Yes.
Oh, it is? Okay, good. All right. Yeah, I will talk more about this a little bit. There's a slide coming up later. I should have put it. Anyway, HTC, I recommend there's the Rice Alliance. Oh, here it is. It is here. Okay. I wanted to mention that the Gulf Coast section, and one of the things we're trying to do in the SPE Gulf Coast section is to provide help to people who want to form their own business or help people in these difficult times. So one of the things we've done is to form an ideas launch pad, and this is an attempt to work with the HTC. And what we do is screen ideas. We look for a 2-page description of your idea, the business you want to form. And then if we think that's a good idea, we pass it along to HTC. But for the section, you pay for your application fee, which is $250. So you get that paid, and there's a membership fee, and I believe the section will pay for that as well. So it's a very good way, if you have an idea and want to get into the service business, this is a good way to do it. And I would definitely consider this idea launchpad to get some help in getting into the HCC. Rice Alliance is another very good resource. Rice has a very active entrepreneurship program serving within their MBA program and staff. They also have business plan competitions every year, which are very lucrative. So if you can win the competition, that would be very helpful. But they're also, and they have classes they teach from time to time. So that's a very good source of ideas. There's a Houston Angel Network. If you have an idea and it's they're ready to be marketed and you want to find an early investor, that's what angels are. They're very early stage investors. It's high risk for them and it has to be high reward. So they'll invest in 10 companies. They'll figure 9 will be bust and 1 will be a real winner. So they're looking for the winners, of course, but they recognize it's high risk. So they'll want a big piece of your business, but they'll give you early funding, very early on, and you can progress in that way. As an entrepreneur, if you're trying to get funding for your business, one thing you have to be prepared for is you're going to give up a good piece of your business to get funding. So don't think you're going to get funding to 90% of your business. It won't work that way. You'll get 10 or 20%, but not 100%. It's much better to be a small part of something big than it is a big part of something small. So be prepared to give up some ownership for your benefit. Anybody who's used an Angel Network, SCORE is also a very good organization here in Houston. If you get on their website, they have every month they have programs that they present, and you can sign up for some of those. I noticed in the ones in February there's a number of franchise events. So if you're looking to get in franchise business, that's a good way to get some exposure. And I think SCORE is scheduled for next month, Susan.
Right. Yeah, we have our seminar series for March. We have 2 SCORE executives. One will be talking about starting a business, and one will be talking about writing a business plan. And of course, in an hour, they can't teach you everything you know, but they can share with you some of the resources that are available through SCORE.
So get on the SCORE website. You will see all the other programs in addition, membership and transition. This second series of this series, which is the second program of this series, which is March 5th.
4th. March 4th. First Friday of the month.
So SCORE is a good organization. The state of Texas is a good resource. So get on the state of Texas, Secretary of State in the state of Texas, or any other state you're interested in, but you can get information on how to do all this stuff. If you want to form an LLC, you get the Form 205 right here. Jeff, you have to remind me to for those who are on the webinar, you have to look at it. If you want to form an LLC in the state of Texas, you need Form 205. And you can download that and fill it out and send it in. And what you're going to do is get that the name of your proposed name of your company will be considered for you. So if you want to find out if the name is available for your use, you can send them an email saying, I want to form a company called Inwood Solutions LLC. Is that okay? And what they'll do is, in a short time, they'll send you back a note saying that the name is available as of the time we looked at it. You can't guarantee it'll be available. Apply for it, something may happen, but they'll tell you it's available. So then you fill out your form, send it in, and you'll get the name. Hopefully get the name. There's a $300 fee to Texas LLC. And that's what I did for Inwood Solutions. I first of all found out the name was available for me. That was good. And I filled out the form, sent in my $300, and in a week or two, I got back with all the stuff I needed to set up to establish the LLC. The other thing you need to do is the tax identification number. It's very easy to get on the IRS website and apply for a TIN, and you'll get it right then and there, so at no cost. So that takes care of you formed your organization and you got a TIN, so you're ready to pay income tax. If you want to form some other kind of corporation or different forms to fill out here, But, you know, I think the Texas site is very helpful to get you familiar with it.
Project.
I'm sorry, yes.
I just have a comment on that previous page. That on that website, the Texas website from the LLC, you can do all the stuff online. You don't really need to download that form and fill it in. You can just stay there, do everything, pay your $300, and do the name search for your company name, everything online. Just within an hour.
Download the form on site. You have to fill it out, mail it in.
No, I did not download it. I just fill it online.
I mailed mine in, so.
Yeah. Either way, I'm just saying that you can do.
The TIN is already done online.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. If you want to get an MBA to get in business, there's a bunch of MBA schools here in Houston. They're all very good. So Tulane is on the top of this list because I'm a Tulane graduate. SPE has a number of resources. Are you there at least students later?
Yeah, but go ahead.
Well, I think I'm running over, so I'm going to skip this. And let Susan talk about it. But again, I want to emphasize that SPE is very interested in helping our members get through these difficult times. So these are some more resources that are made available to you. These will also be discussed in our March JPQ. So let me get past this. Keys to success, in my view, I think we've talked about all these, but if you're going to get into consulting, advertising, and selling, yeah, it's just key. That's it's really hard for engineering. It's a matter of networking and establishing relationships. And I think the third talk is Susan's talk, which we talk about networking. 10 to 30 sessions several times, and I think it's great. So look forward to that. I think if you're going to get in the consulting business, you should take advantage of your skills, figure out what you know and what you're good at, and market that. Don't try to be something you're not. I think that integrity is very important. As a consultant, you live and die by your reputation. So integrity is first and foremost. You need to meet the client's needs and you need to do good work. In all the companies I formed, these have been our values. You write your values down. Integrity first and foremost, customer satisfaction, and excellence. And they're in that order for a reason. If the customer says, I want you to buy cheap and steal, the answer is no, I don't do that. Period. And if that's what you want, I need to find employment somewhere else. If the customer says, I want you to do shoddy work, well, okay, but you have to pay me for that. So I'll do that, but I won't sacrifice integrity for any reason whatsoever. I would do a lot of work for lawyers. I like to work for lawyers, and it's extremely rare for many of them to ask you to testify to something that isn't true. And when it comes to what is true, you as a consultant decide that in your own mind. If I think it's true, I'll be willing to testify to that. If I don't think it's true, I'm not going to testify to that. And you have to tell the lawyer, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to do that. So, integrity is first and foremost. Partnering with others is very helpful. I think it's important to be friendly. You're going to have it. You have to be nice to your customers. Don't be a hard person to deal with. If you're forming a business, there are other things to worry about. I said business, so if you're going to be in the consultant, service company, or on your own oil company, now you're going to need a really sound business plan. Surround yourself with smart people, and you'll need access to somehow. That's honestly very important. The last thing on here, if you're running a family business, remember the Simmons Gulfview Properties was a family business. It manages an inheritance. But now you have a bunch of family members that don't get along very well, or they get upset with you very, very quickly. So, especially true in my case because I'm an in-law. Not mine. So the way we deal with that, we've been successful so far. The way we deal with that is we're very formal. I have an LLC. We have an LLC agreement. It's very lengthy. It describes all the things we should know about. So if you want to do something, go to paragraph 3.6. Here's what you do. So the family members, it's in the LLC agreement that you sign and agree to. So it's not me being arbitrary It's written down very good. It's very formal. And then I try to be very transparent about it. We don't do anything with this county that isn't available to everybody. We don't hide anything. And that way, we can run a family business without making a family management. That's very important. Especially for families. I think this is another kind of list. I think we talked about these. Keys to success for consultants, reputation, credibility, know about that. You won't hire people to know. Yeah. You got to get people to know. Specialization helps. I heard a number of you talk about being generalists, and I'm a generalist. And that's a disadvantage. So if you go out to somebody and say, well, what do you do for, they say, what do you do for today? Well, I'm a petroleum engineer. Oh, so I don't need a petroleum engineer. I need somebody who can do artificial lift. Well, yeah, maybe. I've done that 20 years ago. So. But it's a lot easier to sell yourself if you have a specific skill. And you have to find somebody who wants that specific skill. So it gives you an advantage. So if, for example, you do reservoir simulation, that's a lot better than saying I do petroleum engineering. So I heard a lot of you talk about being journalists, and certainly I am too. But you have to be able to say I do something. If you look on my website, it says, it talks about some specific things. So I do project management, and I do reservoir simulation, and enhanced water recovery. Key things I work on. So I try to be a little more specific about what I actually do. Networking is very important. I try to do a lot of that. Susan will talk more about how to do that. Advertising, I certainly do that. All the usual things. I have a website, I have business cards, I'm on LinkedIn and Pro, and so you also have to send out emails from time to time to people who might be interested in your services. It's helpful to have some message that you convey so that something attract their attention, but you want to keep your name in front of people. Well, I also advertise in the Exec magazine for the Healthcare Section newsletter. So you find a little work page there. White papers and presentations, that always helps. Learn new skills too. I think you need to broaden your skills. For those of us who've been out of the major corporations for a while, keeping up to date, keeping current is an important thing. It's kind of difficult for us to do. When I was in the big corporation, I was surrounded by experts. So if you want to know something, go down the hall and ask somebody. Now it's not so easy. Social networking, people are telling us pretty well. Okay, so I think we have a few minutes, so I would like to open the floor to all of you. If we can do that on the webinar.
Have us.
I'd like to hear people add to this conversation. Tell me your experience, your thoughts.
Yeah, regarding the debate on generalist and specialization, what I implied, because I mentioned that word, after a lot of experience like you have, you have to have a specialization to deliver gas lift or production enhancement or enhanced oil recovery. After 40 years, all of us have that. But after 40 years, you should also know other aspects of the business because you're now more focused on economics now and saving money for the guy who has hired you. So when I mentioned generalist, I mentioned we don't have to be after 40 years only reservoir focused. Of course, you are a specialist on that. But you have to know there are other aspects of the oil field business also.
Yeah.
That's the one. The other point I want to mention is about insurance. When you're working for lawyers or other consulting groups, they cover you. But when I work for a major service company as a consultant, they ask for insurance. So somebody has to cover you or you buy your own insurance. So that's it.
And what's the purpose of the insurance? Is it to cover you for the advice that you give or so you don't trip on a court and sue them for...
Well, as a consultant,
what the client wants.
Right.
And basically, to tell you the truth, it's sort of a widowing process. They, in the case of BP, they have a real astronomical kind of a clicker in there that nobody can really do. But they say, in your case, we will rescind that. So, you know, I mean, there's one thing that wasn't mentioned here, and when you go to work for a major company, they all want you to do, if you're a one-man band, you're not working for a consulting firm, they want you to sign an MSA, Master Service Agreement.
Right.
And in that Master Service Agreement is all the stuff you got to do, and there's insurance and there's drug testing, there's all kinds of stuff. So you know,
cover your liability. Suppose you give advice, which fires back if something happens. So they're trying to cover. So they're also a service company. They work for clients too. So they want you to share the liability.
But one thing that I will completely agree with here is when you're in the consulting business, you can never know too many people, and hopefully they have a good opinion. So I mean, you know, you need to network like crazy and make sure everybody that you know knows your situation. And in my years of experience, I found some of the best information I've gotten has been from salespeople, because they're constantly out there talking to people that you don't talk to. So you need to know those people no matter how much they bother you when you are working.
Brad, do we have any questions from those on the webinar?
Yeah, I've not received any questions. I asked a few minutes ago and just now.
I have a question, Roger. So you briefly touched upon the third business, which is buy assets, and you had some experience buying assets, running them around. So what kind of skill sets do you think would be required? Do you want to be a generalist going into that direction, or do you want to be a specialist of enhanced oil recovery while going to try and buy assets?
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
So the first part, the question was, you had experience buying assets and doing enhanced oil recovery, right? So what kind of skill sets would you recommend that one person should have when he goes to try and buy assets? Does that person want to be a generalist, or would you want to be like a specialist of you are to move in that direction?
That's a good question. I think once again, I think it helps a great deal to have specific experience. To our partners, for example, my business partner and I had a lot of experience in CO2 enhanced oil recovery. We had been there, done that. So we can go talk to investors and say, we have an experienced team with that particular topic.
Can I add to it? Yeah, you need to know the business. So your focus is enhanced oil recovery or CO2 flooding. You have to specialize, like Roger is a specialist. But you need to know, because it's your money, and you need to know that how well it is spent on other aspects of the operation, so that you can have a profitable venture. Otherwise, you start losing money here and there. Increasing recovery, but losing money on hardware. So you have to know that when you invest.
And if you're going to go buy an oil company, it's very important to have a team. So there needs to be a CEO, someone with experience in running a company. You need to have good engineering talent, maybe good G&G talent. Right. You probably need a finance person. And they all need to be experienced and progressive. Otherwise, you probably don't get good finance. It's that team that people look at. I'm told that funders will want a good team. It helps if they have a good idea, but there goes part of the team. Put a good team together to figure out what to do. And there's two individuals I know right now who have massive funding. I mean, they are more than $17 billion line of credit. Goodness, that's a lot of money. And they're out trying to find something to buy. But how did they get that money? It's because it's a first-class team of people. That's what the investor put his money on. So he's been paid, the investor's been paid for salaries for a year and a half. He's out, I'm not sure, but he's gambling on that team. The team is very, very important.
Yeah, we have a question from the web. let's see here. Jeffrey Woodham is wondering if, given the current market environment, is this a good time to become a small operator?
Oh, that's a good question. My friends who were in this, trying to get into this business point out that last year in particular it was very difficult to get into this business. Sellers have this image of $100 a barrel in their mind. They can't get out of that. Buyers are thinking it's $30 a barrel naturally. And so trying to get the two together to find a fair market value, which is somebody willing to sell, somebody willing to buy, has been very, very hard. This year, I think it should be much better because not many people are thinking about $100 oil. So the sellers should have a more reasonable expectation on price. So I think 2016 should be a really good year. That's my opinion. The friends I have who have this vast amount of money, good teams, are still looking for good properties. In fact, I had lunch with him yesterday. He said they came close to buying something in 2015. They're glad they didn't because the price has gone down now. Expectations are more reasonable. And so I think the opportunity should be good in 2016.
Based on the market you're seeing, do you think there'd be any advantage in, I'll coin it, a virtual team? You say you need a team in place, but that implies a tremendous amount of overhead. Right? A virtual team, I mean, in my case, we've been trying to push something called a virtual team, where we come in just as you're needed for drilling, and we disappear reservoir work. Someone else comes in as virtual reservoir work, does that aspect of your job. You can still present them as a team, right, to financiers, but you're not having to show them you've got this tremendous amount of overhead.
Right. I think that works fine. So one of the things the investors want to know is what kind of skin have you got to gain? The answer is like, hey, I've been working for so long on this team, committed to it, and when we get funding, I'm going to be right there. I've got skin in the game because I'm committed to it, working free for probably 77. So I think that does work.
Would it be common for the people on the team to be able to invest in the properties, like with their own money?
That helps a lot.
Okay.
That helps a lot. Now, a lot of us, after working 30 years in the industry, have good bank accounts, but not big enough to invest $1 million in something. So we're probably not rich enough to do that. But if you can, it helps a great deal.
Okay.
Will the slides be available to us later on? Yeah. I missed a few of the NBA slide and all the details. We get access to it.
Yeah, we can distribute the slides.
Okay.
We're a little behind time, so.
Right. So we're scheduled for a break now. So there's coffee in the kitchen. The restrooms are down the hall. There's food back here. We'll be back in 10 minutes by this clock. I know our clocks are different. So as you can tell, we'll be
Does it stretch? Yeah.
Yeah, move your cars. Don't stay down.
Can't hear.
I was just going to ask. Yeah, just double checking the lot right here, ground level.
I was actually in the garage, so I don't know about the outside. It's labeled open.
Exacto. That's why I was there. That's where
Labeled 2 hours of parking, and I was there 2.5 hours.
Okay, unplug it and then put it on the other side. Or here, I can plug it in up here. You're fine there.
The garage behind this building, the gate is open. Yeah.
The only influence I saw was on the street out here. And it said contract only.
Yeah, there's a garage.
Yeah.
One guy we tested this yesterday, and I could hear really well, but there's somebody that was not able to hear real well.
If you just turn in
between the garage and the building.
One of the members said that they should have alleyway speaker as well, so
between the two buildings. And
but I don't want to unplug the Ethernet because I don't want to get disconnected. We'll have it really well next to the next
I think you're okay. You want me to move so you can
you're good. You're good. Hello. Good to meet you. I'm Brad McPhee.
Brad and Paul Miller.
Nice to meet you, Paul.
Careful of this cord, okay?
Yeah, let me get some
It's kind of a trip hazard. Well, here, I can kind of flatten it out. Yeah, that's kind of a trip
My SPE number?
No, because it's the same price for members. Open this to the
Also members in 70.
Oh, that's good.
I was celebrating my 10th year. I thought that was impressive.
Yes, senior members.
My room number one. We always get the registered instructions to come on, so we don't have an experience. No, that's okay.
I'm the representative. Testing expert, testing expert. Yeah. सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज वो तो सब सही है वसूली भी आसान है That is the most important thing. It is a it's even harder. You have to go out. How it works. They will use those never know too many people. Charles Fox. Charles? Okay.
Oh, wait. We don't have mine. Mark Peavy is this.
Yes.
Yeah, he's the vice president of operations as well. Yeah, that's his contact.
We
had lunch with him yesterday.
Wendy Cove Energy.
Yeah, be my backup on this.
Yeah.
My backup.
Oh, your backup. Yes, I can.
That makes more sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was like, where's the we need to ask him for
What I'm focusing
I'm
on,
my car real quick.
Oh, that must be mine.
wells that were P&A'd
So,
in the
you know
early
what? I better not.
70s before the function.
Where are you going?
And,
Did you park in the right spot?
No,
one of
that's
them,
the problem.
actual water flood, where they
I think more people are
produced
moving their cars. Do you know where the garage is?
You know what? We only been breaking for 7 minutes. We had
most
15
of
minute
these
break.
were.
Yeah,
So I'm going to go. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go. It shouldn't take long to just drive up there.
And,
Do you need a password for the SPE GCS? Network?
The password is SPE GCS. Is that what it is?
Oh, the Wi-Fi? They haven't generated a Wi-Fi for anybody. Yeah. In case they want to start, here's how this works. Keep everybody muted. You really don't have to change anything, but just look for people asking questions.
Where's the mute? Oh, mute all. Got it.
So I'm going to go run and move my car real quick. I'm trying to Jennifer how to. By the way, have you all met Jennifer Wilson, Susan Charles?
Thanks for helping.
Jennifer and I,
I got bullied into it.
He's a good persuader. Good
He is
persuader.
actually.
Yeah.
Thanks for helping. Jennifer and I, and another girl, we all studied together through most of college, so I know her really well and kept in touch all the years. So.
I've been friends since high school.
Really?
I was telling my wife last night, and I said, "Have you known Susan?" Oh my gosh!
Are you responsible for him getting
Yes.
into this industry?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I think he's talked about you.
Yeah.
We ended up having the Explorer post. It was part of our Explorer.
Yeah.
Not me personally, it was the Explorer post.
Well, you must be.
I'm surprised that you kept in touch with me as immature as I was back in that time. I was like, man, I was such an idiot back then.
We all know.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Y'all can start without me. I showed her how to do it.
They're trying to make wells and reservoirs and other things built in Illinois. And I look at that and I say, why the hell don't you just build up a whole lot of wells? We drill some of those deep and see if you can get. One, I can sit sitting on the ground. I mean, just this is what I'm doing. Well, very good, you know, I mean, it really is. Certain low gravity processes are expensive as processes go, but practice water is low gravity processes.
Jennifer, you're not advanced in social media.
I am, but at the same time, like, I don't know. Just people say stupid stuff on social media. That aspect I don't like. I will.
I will say that it's going to be that way. Yeah, it's going to be that way where success is if you are connected via social media. Yeah. Or at least networking will be more, I think, or as equal as face-to-face. Because a lot of it's all like most people nowadays don't want to talk. They want text and post things.
All right, let's get started.
I'm willing to learn. I don't know.
I still think face-to-face is a better way to go. Yeah. Well, it's hard
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And Greg, you might want to stand a little closer to the mic, and that's going to hear as well.
Most everybody back now, I think. Probably have a few out, maybe moving their cars. So, but good morning. My name is Greg Fields. I've been in the chemical industry for the last 40 years. Started my career as a chemical engineer with Dow Chemical. I worked in R&D initially in research, moved into engineering, moved into manufacturing, and then I ended my career over the last 20 years or so in human resources. I've had a variety of assignments in all of those areas, and within human resources I've had both global as well as regional as well as local responsibilities. During that time, both as an engineer and then later in human resources, one of the things that I've seen is that for applicants who are coming into large companies, one of the things that many people could benefit from is a better understanding of the hiring process. What is the process that the company is utilizing to locate and acquire talent? And most importantly, how do you prepare yourself for that? So that's what I'd like to review today and to talk about. And my goal today is to help you understand the process, help you understand what you can do to be better prepared as you go out and you interview with companies, and perhaps to think of the process a bit differently than you would have in order to help you be prepared. So just a few background comments. What I'd like to do today is review the general practices used by large corporations in their talent acquisition process. Most everyone uses very similar processes these days. There'll be some variation from company to company or within company, and much of it will be applicable for smaller companies as well. But with smaller companies, you'll find more variations in the process and perhaps not as formalized a process. Most importantly, again, what I want to do is to help you understand how you can be better prepared as you go through the process. And so, for any of you who've got experiences as we go through this that you would like to share, I'd like to have you please share those things. One of the ways I've structured this process today is that for when we see a blue font, that is the company information, and when I use a red font, that's really for your benefit and how you might prepare yourself or what some of the resources are. That type of information. So in any process that involves people, we've got a variety of people with a variety of responsibilities. And in the talent acquisition process, the HR people have a certain set of responsibilities that they have to fulfill as they go through the process. The hiring manager has a separate set of responsibilities. The interview team has still another set of responsibilities. But you as the candidate have responsibilities as well. And first and foremost in those responsibilities is to be prepared. This is totally in your control. But I've seen a lot of people who come into the interview process and they're not prepared for it. They don't know much about the company. They don't know much about the products we were producing. They understood the job title of what they were applying for, but they didn't have much more than that. So be prepared. Know all that you can about the company, the people that you're going to be talking with, and their business. Know how your skills and experiences fit with the job opportunity. You can get a lot of that, just from the job announcement that you've seen, the hiring notice. You can generally, you might be able to find out some other things by talking with people. This is one that I think is very important. Tell your story to the best of your ability. That's your responsibility. And most important on that is make it easy for the company to understand the value that you bring. One of the things that I'd like to use as an example here, a couple of months ago, I was networking and I met with a gentleman who had done a lot of different things throughout his career of 30 plus years in the oil and gas industry. He had worked in the downstream side, he had been working in the upstream side, he had done the production pieces, he had done projects, he had done a lot of different things. And now he was trying to, resell himself from upstream to downstream. He was having difficulty getting through the process and getting out to people. So he asked me for some assistance. So one of the first things I did was to look at his resume. And we need to think of who we're presenting our resumes to as we're constructing the resume. And when I looked at his resume, and I put myself in the mindset of a hiring manager on the downstream side, as I went through his resume, I didn't find anything that interested me until I got to the middle of page 2. What I can tell you from many years at this is if you haven't gotten people's attention by the middle of page 1, they probably will never flip over to read page 2. So make sure that you've got your resume structured such that it's easy for the company to understand the value that you can bring. Another thing that I find distracts people often is worrying about things that they don't control. As we go through the presentation today, I'm going to talk about some of the things that can cause delays, some of the things that can cause issues with the hiring process that aren't apparent to the people who are looking at that as a job opportunity. It's not apparent to candidates what might be going on behind the scenes. So understand what's out there, but don't worry about what you don't control. There's a lot of things that can affect that. And so your responsibility, again, is to keep going until you have the job that you want. You may have found an ideal job. You may have seen met people through networking, and think that you're 90% certain that that's where you're going to be, and you've got a lot of encouragement from the company. Something can still happen at any point in that process. So I think it's important that you not discount other opportunities where you're going through that. Keep working at it. Preparation, again, is critical, and to begin to tell your story, you're going to need a few things. One is a marketing plan. That's basically who am I, what am I looking for, what are the companies that I want to target. Like we heard earlier in terms of the business plan, it doesn't have to be overly researched or overly worked, but you have to have that framework in mind of what you're looking for. You'll need a positive online profile, and so you need to be on LinkedIn. You need to work on developing your network. That will be how people find you and how you find other people to network with. We heard Oil Pro mentioned earlier, and I'd just like to get a sense from all of you as professionals in the industry. Has Oil Pro gotten to the point yet in terms of numbers of people and activity on it that that it is a good source like LinkedIn, but for the industry, or is it still in development? I'm not as familiar with Oil Pro as I am with LinkedIn. Any thoughts on Oil Pro?
I think it has some good resources, but my feeling is that it's still developing. It's not yet there. You can get some good information out of it.
I agree with him. It's still being developed, but the information in Oil Pro, which we get because it is written, contributed, the articles by individuals from the industry. And there's some very useful information about the oil industry, and it's very focused to our industry. LinkedIn is very broad.
Yeah.
So that,
and depending upon what you're looking for, you may be looking. You may need to have a good profile on both of those.
Yeah.
So another very important aspect of preparation is your exit and positioning statements. And just before starting the discussion, I met Aniket out in the hall, and I said I wanted to use him as an example when we came to this portion. In terms of your exit and positioning statement, we all gave an introduction to ourselves earlier in the day. And a lot of our introductions, within this room, started out very similarly because we've been in the same industry and we've seen the same effects as that. But one of the things that impressed me with Aniket's was what came next in his discussion. I've been part of the upstream, and we've had the issues. And then he said, I'm going to try to quote this, and I want to use this downturn as an opportunity to expand my skills. But it was a very positive statement, and helped show that he's focused on the future and looking forward, not focused on the past. And I think that's a very important part of the exit and positioning statement. People are going to be looking at that, and they're going to be looking at your ability to communicate, and that they're going to be looking at your attitude and how you project yourself as you go through the hiring process. Of course, a strong, updated resume is essential. It's going to be based on your experiences and your SOAR or STAR stories. My tongue slips every time I try to say those things, but how many of you are familiar with STAR or SOAR stories? Okay. These are a way of relating your experiences to other people. And SOAR stands for the situation you were in, the obstacles that you had to overcome. And for those of you who are on the webinar, I'm pointing at the slide now, but the obstacles that you had to come, the actions that you took, and the results that you had. And it gives you a very quick outline of some of the highlights of your career in a way that's easy for people to understand and can help you mentally project what the things are that you're proudest of throughout your career. So for those of you who aren't familiar with those, you do a little research online, learn more about SOAR and STAR stories, and use those as you prepare yourself. The actions and results part of this can be very effectively transformed onto your resume as those highlights from your career that show what you've done, what your accomplishments are. I'd say it's also good to have a generic cover letter that you've developed initially that will go along with your resume, and then you can modify that for whatever position that you're applying for. But it gives you just a little bit more, and it's just another small piece that might help to separate you and highlight you and your skills versus the competition as you go out and look at jobs. A lot of people, when they apply for something online, they won't bother to include a cover letter. They'll just put the resume out there, but the cover letter can help to define you.
You address a cover letter too, and I mean, if you're going to put a cover letter, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Greg.
Oh, no problem.
So if you're going to submit a resume, let's suppose to a job board, for instance, you're saying include a cover letter with that?
Yes, I would.
And how would you address it to, I don't want to say to whom it may concern.
No, that's a very good question. Sometimes you might get a hint at that from the posting. Other times quite often you won't. Sometimes I've put them out there with no address, just as a cover letter. I'd like to introduce myself, further. I have probably used to whom it may concern or something close to that, or to the hiring manager, or
I have
any
to
other
send
experiences?
address to the hiring manager, or sometimes dear sir, madam, with the.
Any other thoughts on who to address it to? Yes.
Yeah, about the cover letter, I have heard the webinar from the web management. They recommended using like a two-kind format, but basically they ask us to address the job requirement point by point. They say we require PhD, and on the right-hand side we say we have a PhD, and they say we need a reservoir simulation, and then you said I have a reservoir simulation. To me, it's kind of too rigid. It's like you don't have your own character if you read something like this, especially for the people with a lot of years of experience. So what's your opinion?
My opinion, if we go think back a couple of slides, make it easy for the people to understand the value that you bring and how your skills match up against what they need. And so I think that doing some of what they say there is very good. Oftentimes, people are trying to, people on the other side who are receiving the information. First of all, it may be done by computer screening, but secondly, it can also be done by people, and oftentimes they're trying to go through a great volume of applications and applicants. And so if you make it obvious to them that you line up with what they want, then you're more likely to make it past that initial screen. So I think that is a good thing. It's a positive thing. You need to be able to work some of yourself into it. I don't know that I'd necessarily line everything up just exactly that way, but it needs to be clear to them and readily available to them, that you do match up with what their needs are.
Got a comment on who to address it to. This could be a great way for you to distinguish yourself from all the other applicants. There are ways to find out who the hiring manager is. So even if you have to call the general office phone number for that company and say, hi, can you please put me in touch with so-and-so in HR? And then you could ask somebody in HR, hey, I'm applying for this job. Who's the hiring manager? Or, you could do some LinkedIn stalking and that kind of thing.
And networking becomes very important in that. So if you can network and find out who the hiring manager is within the time frame of when you have to get the application in, that can be a means of addressing it. And I've had people who've been networking with me. I've contacted, a recruiter at one of my former companies and said, hey, what can you tell me about this job? I've got somebody that I've met who's interested in it, and they'll give me the hiring manager's name and that type of thing, and I've given that out to potential candidates before. So, it is something that you can do as well. These are some resources in the area. I'm not sure if all of these are on the list yet, but they will be. That was handed out. And these, what I've tried to include here are the ones that are free or of very minimal cost, such as buying a book. But the Between Jobs Ministries is probably the most comprehensive free source of help with the overall process that I've seen. It is in Spring, so if any of you live on the south side of Houston like I do, or far out to the west, it can be quite a hike to get up there, but it is a very valuable resource and a very comprehensive resource for people. A number of other churches do have programs. They may not be as extensive as what the BJM is. Probably the classic comprehensive job search resource is What Color Is Your Parachute, book by Dick Bowles. He's also got a website that interacts with that and supports it. There's a few other websites that I've listed there, and then just some internet searching, on your own. I mentioned the SOAR stories before. Behavioral interview questions. Most every company, and we'll talk about some of these later, but most every company uses the behavior-based interviewing today. And so one of the things I'm going to recommend to you is to, if we know what those questions are going to be, let's write answers to them before we ever get there. And then we can practice our answers, and we can practice variations on those answers for different types of questions. Yes?
Yeah, I got a question. I know we're in Houston, but I was just wondering, are you familiar with any resources in the San Antonio area?
No, I'm not.
We also had a question online, if you can answer that while we're taking a pause. Ricardo Soto wants to know if the HR recruiter reads the Taleo skill pick summary or your actual resume.
Probably depends on the on the recruiter. They will often read both. The printout that I've received as a hiring manager or as an HR person before from Taleo would have both of those in them, and so quite often they would they'd look at both of those. But depending upon the backlog, depending upon a lot of other things, the quality of the recruiter, they may only go through the first of those in order to expedite their search or their decisions. Any other online?
No, not.
Yes.
Is there a certain format for the resume CV? Because I know that in the UK they do things differently. That's a different sort of way of approaching the resume here. Do you have any advice on that, or the way it should be laid out, or the?
There are a number of different layouts that can be used. Most people are going to put something up front at the top that it basically provides a statement about themselves, what they're looking for, and what some of their key skills and experiences are, and then they'll do a chronological history of their employment. There are other types of resumes that stress more of the functional aspect of what they have done. And so depending upon your background and your work history, one of those, and for the positions that you apply for, one of those may be a better fit than the other.
So it's good to have a statement saying, so it could be, say, within control engineering, well test analysis, production logging, simulation, all that sort of stuff in a sort of long paragraph, and then your experience following that.
That's fine. Yeah. But I would, what I would recommend doing is, there's online resources that you can utilize on resumes. There's also like Between Jobs Ministries, where they do have several people who work with the group to construct resumes. But what I would recommend doing is experimenting and seeing what do you think serves you the best. Because at the end of the day, again, you want it to project who you are and help you tell your story to the best of your ability. So it's a resume, we ought to view it as more than a chronological listing of our skills and experiences. It's a sales brochure for the most important product that you've got. So think of it as a sales brochure, and how does it represent you?
That's a very different outlook from the UK. They don't sell themselves. So that's good.
So looking at now, getting to the actual hiring process itself, these are the basic steps that you would find, within the company in terms of the HR process. So we'd be looking at, first of all, the leader has got to decide that he's got a job that he needs to go fill and get the whatever approval process underway. The job will get posted. There'll be some form of initial screening, some form of selection for interviews based on that initial screening. Then the interview process will be conducted, a final selection process, and then there's the offer, the negotiation, and acceptance. So I'm going to talk through each of these and try to be brief. But as we go through this, we'll also talk about what are the things that you can be doing to prepare yourself as we get to that point in the process. So in terms of job identification and approval, there are some things going on behind the scenes at the company. So you may hear of, if you're out there networking, you may hear, hey, XYZ firm is going to be hiring, a reservoir engineer, soon, and this is out there. But you may be looking at the postings for that company or their website and not see anything, and it may take a while. So depending upon what's going on inside, they've identified a need for the job, they've written a job description, they've had to submit it for approval, and then there's some discussion conducted internally based on the company's current strategy, what's there in terms of their goals. For the overall process, the company goal, of course, is to hire the best talent out there for the role they've got. But at each stage of the process, they've got certain goals as well. And so initially here in the process, early on, they want to understand what their needs are, what the costs are, what the headcount is everything, are all the controls in place that we need in terms of costs. So can we afford to go hire someone for this job? They're going to be looking across the company, across the unit that they're hiring at to make sure that there would be internal equity if we did hire someone and brought them in at the level we think that we need. And basically they want to assure that all approved jobs really are necessary and are aligned and help the company succeed. There's a number of things, like if you have been networking and heard that there's going to be a job, there's a number of things that can delay that or could cause it to go away completely. And that's what I've got listed here in barriers. And these are things that I've seen occur during the hiring process that can very much lengthen the process. In general, the HR goal is to go from the time the job is posted to the time we've got an acceptance in 90 days or less. Now, that can easily get moved out to 6 months, 9 months, a year, or the job can disappear completely based on some of these barriers that occur. And so you can see things like HR and the hiring manager going back and forth, or HR or the hiring manager and their leadership going back and forth on the need for the job or the level of the job or the scope of the job. Or there may be something else going on elsewhere in the organization that the hiring manager is not even aware of that's going to affect the ability to get that job approved and out into the system. It can go away completely due to some unanticipated limitation, such as a hiring freeze or some other systemic delay that the company imposes.
Excuse one question, please. So based on the job level that the position is, I guess that cost or salary offer is within probably a range.
Yes.
So I guess that's the possibility of negotiating, because probably if you try to get out of that range, there is no negotiation possible. Moving out of that range for that job level that you usually don't know when you are going to start to negotiate. Is that correct?
Generally, you can do some negotiation, in terms of whatever the salary is. But as we get further into the presentation, I'm going to talk more about the negotiation because there's a lot of other things that can be negotiated as well. And so, so think broadly when we get to that. But salaries, the base salary structure certainly is something that you can negotiate. But generally, yes, there will be a range. And if there is something that falls outside of that range, you may have additional skills or abilities that would say that perhaps it should be outside of that range, but then the job might have to be reposted in order to have the process work appropriately. So in terms of the candidate, as inside the company, they're identifying the job and getting it approved. You may not even know that the job is going to be out there yet, but this is where you need to keep working at things. Continue to refine your thoughts on your marketing plan. Continue to find your LinkedIn profile and your resume. Hopefully you're networking, and you may be meeting with hiring managers. And if you do that, you've got the opportunity to help the manager understand your value. You may also have the opportunity then, once you've shown your value and created a positive impression, we've also seen it happen where that also influences the scope of the job, because the hiring manager realizes the value that you can bring and needs and wants to construct a job that will allow the full realization of that value for the company. So networking is very important, and it can help you a lot in this. And once you have those basics completed, the LinkedIn profile, the resume, etc., then begin working on common answers to common interview questions using those STAR and SOAR stories. And again, you can refine your resume using some of that as well. So the job has been approved now, and we're into the job posting part of the process. So we've taken a look and we've agreed on a salary range and job level. And then this is an important part, and it gets back to what we were talking about earlier. What are the requirements of the candidates and what are the preferences? And as you construct your materials and as you apply for that job, again, it's very helpful to very clearly show, and you can do that in your cover letter, but very clearly show how you meet those requirements and preferences. As we move further, we'll have a review with the hiring manager and the HR organization and the talent acquisition group. And we'll talk about how are we going to market this job. Are we going to post it internal? Are we going to post it external as well? How long is it going to be posted for? Do we need to use search firms based on our past experiences? How best to reach the market? And then the job is finally posted in the company system, whether that be Taleo or other systems. That's also picked up by external sources. The company goals, again, they're looking to fill those jobs, hopefully within a 90-day period, but it can get very much longer than that. This is also very important. Ensure the hiring process can be defended in any regulatory review or internal audit. Large companies tend to get sued more often, and so the HR and the legal organization are going to be very adamant about protecting the hiring process. And so, even if you become, through networking, you become obviously the preferred candidate for the company, most likely they will still insist on going through the full hiring process in order to show that the hiring process is what we use and how we use it, and it's defensible in any regulatory or internal audit review. The other aspect of it is, most companies want to be transparent to their employees about job opportunities. And so again, it's very important to the company to continue to use the hiring process as it exists, even if you've been identified as a strong preferred candidate.
Question.
Yes.
How willing typically are the hiring people to restart the process when they're close to the end? This is just kind of...
How willing are they?
Yeah, to restart it. I mean, you might have some candidates that you... And this is when you get to negotiations, how much leverage do you have? And are they reluctant at times to go back and restart the process, especially if you have some, not necessarily written, but unwritten time frame?
I would say that typically there's a strong reluctance to go back and restart. They're going to want to, if they've got good candidates, they're going to want to close out with that hiring. They really don't want to go back and restart because it can take, they can go back and it can be another 6 months. You may have to go through the approval process again. And so it would depend upon what is the reason. Sometimes it's the hiring manager who wants to go back and restart the process. Things can occur that upset the process, or maybe there have been some other delays, and now we're 9 months out from where we had started, and the thought of what we were doing or what we want that job to do has changed in that time as well. And so sometimes it's the hiring manager who wants to start over. Other times, there could be some other issue. But in general, people would be very hesitant to go back and restart. How much leverage do you have in terms of negotiation? It depends. I know that's a lousy answer. I always hate getting the "it depends" answers, but how strongly do they want you in particular? How many other candidates do they have that are close to you? And what are you asking for? Is totally out of bounds for that company to provide, or is it just a minute thing in their view? So it's a tough call as to how much real leverage you may have in any given situation. So some of the preparation here, again, network, and so if you've got this through networking and you understand, then you're already ahead of your competition most likely, and you've probably already been building your part of the application based on what you've learned as you've been networking. If you're coming through to this just through a job board, you've got more work to do. You need to make sure that you do your research and fully understand the opportunity and how your skills and experiences match up with that opportunity. So do your research on the company, the businesses, the people. Update your reference list. You may want to use different references for different jobs that you apply for. So again, early on in this, you think about all the references that you could have, and then use the most appropriate references for the different jobs. Contact those references and help them understand what the company's looking for and how you match that up, so that they can be better prepared to help tell your story when they're contacted. Yes?
Could you please maybe a little bit expand of recommendation on those references? I mean, should be appropriate to have teammates, a supervisor, managers, operations. Is there anything that could be advisable to consider? I know that they could be job specific, but any guidelines?
I'll tell you what I've done in the past. So in general, if I've been applying for a human resources director type position, I've been asked for references. I've provided, someone that I have worked for, like at an HR VP type level. I've provided a client of mine, with perhaps a manufacturing director, and I've provided someone who has worked for me in the past. So I've tried to find a broad view of who. So you may want, depending upon the type of role, you may want, one or more technical resources. You may want, a leader that you've worked for. You think broadly about your contacts and who might give you a good reference, and also what are their communication skills, because they're going to be representing you. So you want to help them, tell your story well.
So do you wait until they ask for references, or do you, because some job postings don't have a form that would be, list for references or personal references. So do you wait until that interview, or if you even have an interview, or do you just go ahead and provide it in any kind of?
I have waited
Okay.
in the past. I don't know if anyone has different experience or has heard different things, but I've waited until I've asked.
Yeah, there occasionally you'll run into an online application that requires them in advance.
Yeah.
So always tell your references that you're going to put in your name into that form, and it also helps to provide them with a description of the specific job to which you're applying and how you think it would be well suited for you. Because you may be applying to different types of jobs. So the references need to be ready to defend you.
Okay.
For that job. But I agree with Greg. I wouldn't provide references until they ask for them, because you don't want your references to be worried about having to apply about all these different jobs that maybe are different.
If I might just add, the Texas HR Pros and Transitions network team, they suggest you have kind of an A group of people you're really, hold close to your chest, so to speak, and then your B group. They're the ones you would give to somebody you haven't had a chance to really talk to about the job. But that A list, because you don't want them bothered so much to get inundated with stuff that it doesn't turn out, you better kind of have that B list to give to the other ones where you haven't had a chance to interview for the job yet.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to try to hurry on through some of this because we're okay. The next step would be the initial screening. So a lot of this is going to be automated in terms of your resume or other submitted materials. But then there are also parts of this that you could get involved with in terms of a phone screen, a web interview, or an automated video interview by HR. Those are becoming more and more popular, the automated video and some of the web interviews. But it's generally speaking, it's part of this initial screening, but it can be conducted, particularly a web interview can be conducted later, depending upon the rest of the process. Some companies may also require tests, ability testing, knowledge testing, emotional intelligence, personality. I don't know, what kind of experiences have you had in the audience in terms of testing during the hiring process? Okay.
So, one time back in Caracas, I got interviewed by the biggest beer company in Brazil, and they did this test to an entire hall, around 300 people. And there were, I can't remember, let's say 100 questions. And the first 20 questions were the most difficult ones. But if you start from the back to the front, the first question was, what's your name? So basically they were looking how many questions the people answered. So like me, if I start from the beginning, I did 10 or 15 in 1 hour. The people who start from the back, did 30 or 40. So kind of a screening like that.
Okay.
That was 30 years ago.
I have stories to tell about. I've been to an interview with Schlumberger where they kept us from like 3 in the afternoon all night long until morning, and then in the morning they gave us like 30 minutes break, and then they put us in the bus and we went visiting some laboratories, and then we went to the field, and so they were looking at our stamina exactly. And during this time, they were giving us all sorts of handouts to read, questions. It was quite interesting. And then we came back the following day around noon to the hotel, and then we had like 30 minutes time with the recruiters which were mixing us. And that was maybe a full bus, a big bus of people, 30 people or so.
Oh, wow.
And then that was quite extreme.
That is very extreme.
It was extreme. Half years back, I was interviewing for a field engineer position. And then I've been to some other interviews where they will have maybe 10 people, different backgrounds. They may have mathematicians, physicists, chemists, geologists, whatever. And they'll give you a packet of information. They'll give you maybe an hour to read. And then they will bring us together, and basically it's role playing. And everyone gets the same material, but when you get together, you're supposed to act as you're the manager. Someone was an HR, someone was like the chief of the tribe, or whatnot. So the idea was everyone was fighting for something that you read in that material. So it was quite interesting. They were looking at emotional intelligence, knowledge, ability to read that material, and gain only the very important information, so on and so forth. So quite interesting.
Wow. Yeah, it's quite a process. One more.
You kind of set me up really good with the role-playing thing of how big companies go through the process of sorting through a Myers-Briggs, how IFTJs and EFTJs blend together in a team, and the dynamics of that through the screening process.
Was there a question there? Or
yeah, is that part of the upfront emotional intelligence testing on how a team is going to fit together and the diversity of that?
I've not seen, I personally have not experienced, that level of testing to see how the person or how a team would interact as part of the hiring process. I know that within a number of companies, particularly for project teams, they put the team through a process to help them understand how they're going to function as a team, and testing may be part of that as well. But I've not seen it to that level in the hiring process.
Are there any questions online?
Yeah, we're getting a couple questions online, but they're not in reference to the particular slide. So I was gonna, if it's okay, I was gonna wait till the end of the presentation. But yeah, if you're online and you have questions about the particular slide that we're on, I'll take those right now. Actually, we did just get a question right now from Jeffrey. He's wondering what automated screening of resumes is. He's not familiar with that.
Some of the software will look for keywords in the resumes and look for the match between the requirements of the job and what's on the resume. And if it finds a match, then it'll kick it out that the answer is yes, that the requirements are met. And then, but if they're not apparent, then they could come back as a no.
So is that with those automation or algorithms or whatever? Like, is it like a percentage of match, or would it have to be 100% match?
It depends on what the algorithm's looking for. It's got to be, generally speaking, it has to be 100% on the requirements of the job, and then it can be a percentage, from 0 to 100 on the preferences, preferred experiences that are out there.
Okay.
So my question is also on the same topic. So would you recommend adding keywords from the job requirements directly in your resume to have that 100% match?
Yeah. Now, what some people do, and I can't recommend this, but some of the software will see things that your eye doesn't see because they'll be looking at the electronic version of what you've got in there. So some people will, in very small font and, in white font on a white background, they'll just list every keyword that they can think of. Basically to trick the system. I don't recommend playing games like that. And if it's discovered, the person's generally not real well thought of, in terms of that. So be honest, be transparent, be open.
What what file extensions do you recommend? PDF, doc, does it matter?
It really doesn't matter.
A lot of them.
I've typically just use Word.
Well, it can't be edited. That would probably be different.
Some like online require it be Word.
Word.
I will say everyone should be careful about lines in your resume, because these applicant tracking systems, when they pull in all of your information, sometimes they look for a line and they just cut off everything after the line. So I know people who have been sending resumes out for months, and then eventually they found out that all that was getting through was their name and address and phone number. So
really?
Do be careful about having lines in your resume. Yeah, just to be safe, don't do it.
Interesting.
Just a comment. I have been recommended to video like a base resume using like a significant number of job descriptions that you are interested on, like 20 or so, and try to identify commonalities in terms of how they are expressing certain skills, and make sure that you include those keywords when you are preparing your resume, so that you don't have to be one resume for each different. And I have tested.
I've actually done that. It's hard to do.
It's hard to do, but
It's
it's
a good
very
exercise.
effective. I think I even validate that theory with some trials of this automated system, and it was like 90-something% of a different job description that I didn't use to put together the first draft. So it seems to work.
Yeah. It's very, if you do that, it is very important to keep track of which resume you're using to apply for which job, because you want to make sure that if you are invited for the interview process, that you've got, mentally, and you've got the right resume for what you're applying for.
Yes, maybe I didn't explain myself, but the beauty of that is that you have a single resume that is comprehensive of the keywords of over 20 job descriptions that are similar to what you're looking for. So you avoid putting.
Very good.
Yes, I understand the complexity.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just to clarify that. So 20 job descriptions from different companies.
Yes, that you are seeing that what you're looking for, so you kind of compile them, then group by categories, and then look. I mean, it has some work, but it makes sense.
Big resume, but
it makes sense because you avoid
It
multiplying
actually helps
them
you narrow down. It does make your resume bigger. It helps your resume be more generic.
and comprehensive. Comprehensive.
Right. Yeah.
So-
So
Since you mentioned resume size or length, what is a good recommendation for someone with, let's say, 5-10 years experience? 2 pages, 1 page?
My recommendation is
300 pages of
no
resume.
more than 2 pages is my recommendation. Just based on the hiring managers that I've worked with, very few are going to take the time to read more than that. The purpose of the resume is to create more interest in you. What you want it to do is to get their attention so that they want more. They want you to come in and tell your story yourself, but you've got to get their attention through the resume. So, I have received resumes that were 28 pages long, and it was by a person who only had about 2 years experience in the industry. But they listed like every college course and every other thing that they had ever looked at or thought about doing, probably. And it was just, I looked at it and said, sorry, I'm not going any further with this. And I gave that person, some feedback on that as well. But it's my advice is no more than 2 pages. You'll read, a lot of different advice on that. For someone who may be looking at a very technical role, and they've got a list of publications and things, you may want to have that as a separate piece that you can, add in, separate from the generic resume. But for the resume itself, I would generally keep that to 2 pages or less. So some preparation thoughts. I would prepare for that phone interview the same way I would for an in-depth face-to-face. Most likely, if you're talking to the HR person, a lot of times they're not going to have a strong understanding of the role that you're really looking at, but they're going to be looking for your ability to communicate and to relate to people. Those are important parts of any job, and they're going to be looking to check to verify that you've got the requirements that they've listed, and they're looking to see how you stack up against the other expectations or the other wants for that position. So review all your materials prior to that interview. Refamiliarize yourself with what's in your resume. Refamiliarize yourself with your star or source stories, and practice those answers to common questions. Practice your exit and positioning statements. And then this is very important too. This will help to set you apart. A number of the things that I'm talking about here, are little things, but they as we go through, those little things can add up as you go through the process. But make sure you've got some thoughtful questions, to ask the interviewer as you go through it. Those should show that you've done your homework, that you've learned about the company, you've learned about the position. But make sure you've got some questions like that lined up. Yes.
So if you've been focused on, as far as and this relates to overcoming barriers, if you've been focused in the subsurface and mineral extraction area for 25 years, you're beginning to reconsider transformation into the downstream sector. How do you position yourself, process, fashion, to highlight your skills to get into the petrol refinery?
I'll throw it open here for other comments here in a second to see what other ideas we have in the room. That's the great part about having a room like this. We've got lots of different experiences. But I guess the first thought that comes to mind is, what are the skills and experiences that are transferable? For any of us, one of the basic things that we're doing in our role is solving problems, and so talk about your problem-solving skills. Talk about solutions that you provided. The obstacles, those types of things that you overcome, and address it as the thinking, the way that you have attacked different problems, different issues, and how you've been able to overcome that. Because those types of skills, problem-solving skills, people skills, those are applicable in any environment. So you think broadly about it as more than just the technology or just the technical aspect of how you've done something. Are there other thoughts? Is this a different question or different thoughts?
A different comment.
Other thoughts on how to address this question?
Actually, I was going to ask the similar question. So for myself, I had a PhD in chemical engineering, but when I started looking for jobs right after my graduation, it's very easy to find a job in oil industry. Now the oil industry is down. So I talked with some of the people, they also think about changing the industries. So what do you think for the people changing, for technical people changing from oil and gas industry to other industry?
Again, there's look for areas of similarity. One of the things that you mentioned there struck a chord as well. The training that you've had in your industry can be, again, applicable to other parts of the whether it's upstream or downstream in terms of safety. But in just general knowledge of how to do things, those are things that you can talk about as well. So, but in terms of a strong technical, Susan, did you?
Continue what you're saying.
But in terms of changing industry, you can also go back and look at. In your case, you've got a PhD. I don't know what your PhD was in, obviously, or your master's.
On mechanical side. On mechanical side.
Okay. You may have to go back to some things that you've done in your past and talk about those. If you're going downstream far enough and looking at chemical companies and chemical processes, there's you've got that background in chemical engineering as well. So I'm not sure if I really fully addressed that.
So the point I was going to make is I think I sent each of you a link to an event next week that's being put on by the Indo Entrepreneur Group, Houston. And they call it How to Reinvent Yourself in a Downturn Market. It's February 11th, and they say, how does an entrepreneur or executive reinvent themselves or their business to continue to create and generate value? So that might be a great place to continue this discussion.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Quick question. You transitioned from chemical engineering to HR, did you not?
Yes.
Was that done within a company, or did you jump from chemical engineer one place to HR someplace
It
else?
was within a company and within the same location where I was. That was not a move that that I was considering. Basically the site leader came to me one day and said that, hey, I think this would be a great experience for you. I'd like for you to go talk to some people. And he was a guy that I really respected, and he had done a whole variety of things in his career, and so I saw the value that had created for him, and so it created an interest in me to follow up on his advice and to try something different.
A little bit harder for an industry crisis, I guess.
Yeah, so it's a different type of change.
I guess my advice is follow the boom. Right now, there's about $20 billion worth of petrochemical construction going on up and down the Gulf Coast. If you want to get in the downstream industry, I would say you would go. Petrochemicals has a situation where they hire a lot of people to build and only a few people to operate. There's a lot of jobs out there associated with this $20 billion effort. Hopefully, if you go and get in that activity, that'll lead to a permanent job when the facilities are built. But there's a lot of demand in the downstream industry in the construction industry.
Yeah, the engineering and design,
procurement,
management through the EPC firms as well as the owner firms. And the chemical industry is still very strong. There's a lot of needs for engineers.
Well, it's going to end when they get.
Yeah.
But if hopefully you have the experience and the knowledge base and the networking at that point where it'll be a lot easier.
So we've gone through the process of doing the initial screening, and now the HR people are providing that information to the hiring manager and making decisions on who we're going to bring into the interview. So we want to narrow the field to a few key candidates at this point. Still, a lot can go wrong at this point. Hiring manager, I've seen them get to this point and all of a sudden they realize they've got no openings in their schedule to be able to conduct any interviews, and it's going to be 6 months before they're available because they're going to this part of the world or another part of the world, and it's just a lack of planning. There can be a scope change particularly if there have been other delays in the process. So again, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in the hiring process that have nothing to do with the candidates. We can have great candidates for the job that we posted, but people will change their mind or other things come up. So the important message to candidates is keep going, keep working at it. Learn more about this opportunity as you go through it as well, but also keep looking at other opportunities. Now we get to the actual interview process, and these are going to be scheduled, conducted according to whatever the company process is. Candidates may be asked to make a presentation, and this is something I hadn't experienced until 3 or 4 years ago, but it's something that I've done with every interview that I've conducted since, because I've really liked it, and in at least one occasion it made a difference in who I hired. What I like about this is it gives you a chance to see how the candidate thinks, how they prepare, and what they have to say, and some of the things that they've been able to accomplish. I had a candidate for whom English was their second language, and because of that, they didn't perform quite as well in the interview process as some of the other candidates, but they really shined when it came to the presentation, and you could see how they thought and how they worked with people. And so that made a difference in who we hired in that particular incident. So, if you do get that, take the time to look at what is the company looking at. You may get to choose your topic. Choose that topic wisely to match some of the issues that the company may be facing. Choose it such that it covers something that the interviewers can relate to. So give that some very good thought as you are working on that. Normally there's going to be multiple interviewers involved. The process can be either team-based or it can be individual-based. The interviewers are going to be provided generally with a list of competency-based, behavior-based questions to use in the interview. They'll get to select which ones that they use from the list, but generally those are going to be used. They'll supplement those with a few other types of questions. Depending upon the position, there can be second or third or fourth interviews required with different teams or different individuals. But when you get the invitation, make sure that you're asking about the process that they're going to use and who's going to be in that interview. Company goals, you're going to be wanting to get that down to 1 or 2 candidates for further reviews or interviews. And again, a number of things can occur which will affect even late in the process. So again, be prepared. Again, review all of your materials, be familiar with what's in your resume, take some copies of your resume with you, and be prepared for whatever process they tell you that you're going to follow, whether it be individual interviews, small team or panel interview. For different functional roles or technical roles, they may have a separate set of interviews for within the function. Let's say you're going to look at a technical consultant type role within a company. They may have you initially interview with people within that technology, and then a follow-up set of interviews with people that would be your clients. So it can be structured different ways. Ask whoever invites you to interview what the format's going to be and what the process will be, just to help you get prepared to come in. And then once you know who the interviewers are going to be, look them up on LinkedIn or OilPro, learn more about them. Try to even try to network with them if you can. That you'd like to get their advice, you'd like to learn more about the company. Again, practice those answers to common questions. Do that, up front. You start now, looking at what types of questions you might be faced with in an interview, and start developing your thought processes so that you're ready when you get into the interview process. And finally, post-interview, follow up appropriately with email, with by phone, whatever is appropriate for the situation, with a thank you and expression of further interest. Then we get into the final selection process. The hiring manager is going to be meeting with HR, finalize the selection. We'll be talking about communication with the candidate, who's going to make the offer. They'll be talking about compensation issues and other types of issues. HR is going to remind the leader of any contingencies that are going to be attached to the offer. Basically at this point, the company's really, get back to your question earlier, the company's really wanting to get it done at this point. They want to minimize negotiations, but they really want to get this done, get the employee to report. This has been a long process, over the last however many months it's taken, and they want to close it out. But, even at this late date, things can come up. We can get disagreements between individuals or groups on candidate selection. Some things could have happened in the company, over that time period that are going to influence the ability to fill the job.
Good question, sir.
Yes.
Is it normal nowadays, out of a protocol and courtesy standpoint, to get through the interview process after a very lengthy vetting and hear absolutely nothing from the company? I mean, this is doing the email, all the way through doing email follow-ups with everyone you interviewed with, plus the HR people.
As an HR person, I hate that when it happens. It does happen. In my view, anybody who's gotten to this point, to the point of having an interview within my organization, I always stress the need. If we've had somebody you get to that point of having an interview, we need to make a personal contact with them, and we need to respond to them that way. But a lot of companies don't do it. A lot of companies have taken the personal touch and the humane touch out of the process, and it's unfortunate. I don't like that, but I see it. It had happened to me, and it tells me some things about the company, and generally it's something that I don't like. But it happens, and I regret that it's happened. It seems like in years past, there was more concern for for the company to make a good impression, on the people that they were interviewing, than some companies have today. And so there was, I've seen and I've tried to change some situations where we were, basically, you show up, here at 10 a.m. and by 11 a.m. you better be finding your way back to the door and out the parking lot, and you're basically on your own through all that. I'd rather have a personal touch and more of that, but there seems to be less and less of that. Sorry, I probably went too long in that answer.
It is true how you put the barriers. 2 years ago, I went through the entire process, 3 interviews. I got last was a phone call telling me that they were ready to make me an offer. They were requesting for me the W-2 and an included contract with the company I was working with. And 3.5 weeks after, I called the guy. It's like, oh, I'm still waiting. Oh, I'm so sorry. Somebody should, get in contact with you. We had a big meeting where we decided to use internal, talent to fill that position. Nobody called me. I told him, like, I will appreciate a huge discount if there's more information that I already sent to you. Yeah, of course, blah, blah, blah. Or to that last point, something can come back and say, you know what, we stop the process, the hiring process, we're going to use internal talent for that position, or we're going to disappear the position, which is happening a lot right now. They have the needs to fill a position, so that they lose a contract or they lose, the investment that they were going to do, and the position is lost.
Yeah. So, thank you for that example. But another good example of why it's important to keep going. If if you stop at that point where you think, okay, I've got the offer, you can lose, 4 to 6 weeks or more, of time and energy that you could have been, going after other positions. So you may have missed out on something that would have been even better if you delayed. So it's important to keep going. So the offer is going to be presented. There are going to be some contingencies depending upon on the job. There's going to be a background check. There's going to be other required items. It could be a drug screen. It could be that the twit cards are required. Depends on the role. Again, the company goal here is to ensure that they've got internal equity. They'd like to minimize negotiations. They want to get the candidate on board and complete the process. And they need to also, I think you brought this up, what's your current contract? What limitations does the candidate have in terms of confidentiality and non-disclosure and non-compete agreements? And so, those can be a barrier at this point as well, along with a number of other issues.
I have some. Sure. The middle of the middle separate from our original company, they asked us to sign the non-competitive agreement. And then they apply a new job in another company, and then they will ask you if you have such agreement. Then you have to say yes. So what will affect the application? Yeah.
There's an SPE event scheduled in May to cover that topic. A lawyer that can help you with that.
Yeah. Now, I was going to quote, I am not a lawyer. And
this woman actually gave a very fascinating talk at the Women's Energy Network, and so we have invited her to speak at the project facility luncheon. I think it's May 17th, but I'll make sure you get the information.
Actually, I'd like to go invited.
Can I just ask a question about the exit and positioning statements? What do you mean by those?
Okay, so an exit statement is why have I left or why am I leaving my current employer? And the positioning statement is who am I, what am I looking for?
So the exit statement is that's something they ask when you come in. So presumably.
And that's going to be a common question in the interviews. Why are you looking, or why would you leave? Your former employer. Those types of questions would be common in an interview. So it's also something that as you're walking from the front door to the interview room, whoever is walking with you might ask you that type of question. So that's a good part of your elevator speech, to be able to have a good response for that. That's in 90 seconds or less.
And the positioning is?
Who am I? What am I looking for?
That's the beginning, pretty much.
Yeah, just in case everybody isn't already aware, there's a big difference between getting fired and being laid off. And not everybody knows that. So don't use the wrong term. If you've been laid off, don't say fired.
Or even let go. What about let go?
Yeah, if you've been fired for a cause and you say you were laid off, they'll find out because they'll do a background check. And even if you don't list it on your resume, they'll figure it out.
Even though that's a cause statement.
So in a market like this, is it a negative connotation to say laid off? I mean,
I think that over time it's become so common that so many people have been laid off that it's no longer.
Okay.
If you go back 25 years or so, maybe it had a different connotation then, but today I don't think it's got a negative connotation.
Okay.
How do you manage a career break? Is that a negative connotation in the oil industry as far as raising a family, that for them coming back, relaunching or going back? Is that something that's in the oil industry terminology now?
As it's in, well, okay. Maybe there's an upcoming.
There's something coming up.
There are actually companies that are reaching out to women that have been staying home. Usually women, sometimes men, that have been staying home with the children.
Yeah.
There have been some recent companies actually making efforts in it. Not necessarily.
Not oil, that's what I'm finding.
But certainly there's an awareness that people need to have an on-ramp to return to work after they've been off for a while. So there are companies that are making efforts to do that.
Oh, yeah.
And don't forget to stay home, look at your organizational skills, and look at and look at what you've been doing during that home period, and see how those can translate to coming back to the work.
And I know the oil industry is just, the other industries are sort of jumping on the bandwagon, so to speak, but I haven't seen any other oil side, so just to be, just wondered whether there was a movement in that in the oil industry.
Well,
See it.
and sometimes you may have to take something in the interim that isn't necessarily where you want to end up. There was, for those of us who are a little more seasoned,
Better vintage.
Careful. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, I was caught in the downturn. And so if you were out for a while, they tended to think that you'd forgotten everything that you ever knew or did, which was not the case. I ended up working as a legal assistant on a technical case because they needed somebody who had some knowledge of the oil industry. It actually turned out that I worked for a firm that represented Exxon when they sued Lloyd's of London for insurance coverage on the Valdez. And so because of my oil industry background, I was able to do that. Did I want to stay in law? No. You know, if I wanted to do that, I would have gone to law school. So I managed to parlay that when things started turning around. I actually worked contract for a little over a year for a land company. And I was running title and going to the courthouse and walked in. I did that for about 3 months before I walked in one day. And my boss said, "You're a geophysicist." And I said, "Yeah." He said, "You're going out to the field. One of our clients needs someone to oversee a seismic acquisition." Well, that was during the period when we went from 2D to 3D. So here I am driving down to South Texas on the phone with SEG and Tulsa's saying, "What do you have on 3D acquisition, and can you overnight it to me?" So my point is, in a roundabout way, sometimes you've got to look at things in a different way, and you've got to maybe take something that isn't exactly what you want, but maybe a step towards getting where you want to go.
Is it acceptable to use the term career break? Because I've said that to some people, and they go, "Oh, I'd like one of those." And I'm like, okay, I'm not using that anymore.
It's a transition.
So it's so relaunch is the thing I've seen through suites. So, but it's just not. I'm just wondering if it was in the oil industry that you have to you can't say career break. That's what I've learned. So you have to say something else and sure. Just specify what you want.
Well, and don't think you by taking that break that you've hung up everything you ever knew, because there are other organizational skills and stuff that you've had to do. So
I was the only engineer at SPECs, so I taught a lot of other spouses about the oil industry because they didn't know anything about it.
Well, there you go.
Exactly. So I kept it very fresh.
Yeah.
It's a good point. Very good. There are other skills and things that you would like to.
This is an excellent example of innovation in difficult times. In times like this, it's very important. Sometimes you just have to take something else, keep it. Great example.
Yeah. Very good. In terms of negotiations, understand what's important to you for the negotiations, and go in and be prepared. Have your thoughts together before you get the offer. What will really be a deal killer for you? What are things that you're willing to trade on, or negotiate? You may be able to negotiate on issues other than or in addition to base pay and vacation. It depends on what's important to you. Travel, your work schedule, those
vesting.
Are,
vesting, if you have like a vesting period and some benefits or something like that. Some do, some don't.
vesting may or may not be something that can be negotiated because there are legal issues in terms of the nature of the programs, but it doesn't hurt to ask. So depending upon if you're looking at like 401k investing and things like that, I think that's probably not going to be negotiable.
Do you think in times like this, where so much talent in the market, companies are taking advantage of this fund?
They're taking what?
Advantages.
Oh, advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's probably less room for negotiation when it's this type of market, but again, it doesn't hurt to ask. And there may be things that they're willing to negotiate on, and other things, and each company is going to be different. The two companies that I worked for, there was one that would negotiate on vacation, one which just absolutely wouldn't have a firm flat rule. So it depends. Most times for professionals, there's going to be something that you can negotiate on in terms of base pay, in terms of sign-on bonus or things like that. Those are still being done from what I understand in the market. So my closing thoughts here, again, take responsibility for what's in your control. Be prepared as you go through this process. Hopefully through the discussion today and through all of your experiences, we've learned a little bit more about it, and we can think a little bit differently about the overall process now. I can't stress this enough. Make it easy for them to see the strengths that you have and the skills and experiences that you can bring. Sometimes you really have to connect the dots for them, help them. Be kind to yourself in the process. This can be a lot of work, and it can be a lot of up and down in terms of your emotions. But don't lose sleep over what's not in your control. Understand your role, and if you have told your story at the end of the day to the best of your ability, then you've been successful in this process, regardless of what the company's ultimate decision is. There's a wide variety of things going on behind the scenes that you'll never know or never hear about. But your role, your responsibility is to tell your story to the very best of your ability. And then finally, keep going until you find that job that you want. I thank you all. I'm way past the time that was allotted for questions. Yes.
Yes. Real quick, questions from the webinar. Ricardo has a question about the actual, considering the actual salary in the job industry. When asked about your salary expectations, is it better to respond with your idea of your requirements, or just mention your last highest compensation?
I would tend to respond with a range. Generally, what I'm told and what I've seen is that the first person who mentions an actual number generally loses. So but a lot of times they're going to force that. I want to know, and if you're working with recruiters, they can be really mad about that too. That they'll tell you, I'm not putting your name any further, unless you answer this question. And so, I would try to respond with a range and try to delay getting to an actual number until further along. And you can also ask them, what is the, we understand that all jobs have a job level and they have a range of compensation. Can you tell me the range that your company has for that? You can ask that question as well, and you say that your thoughts are that your work would fall within that range.
Well, the way I've addressed it in the past is I just say, well, what's the going rate? You know, and I've always said, look, I don't want to be the cheapest guy you got and doing this, and I don't want to be the most expensive. So what is the going rate?
Yeah, that's a very reasonable, response. I've responded with being in HR. I've responded with, I understand the compensation processes that are used. I know that every job's got a range and a market value that you're looking for. I would expect something that represents the market value for this role. And sometimes I've gotten away with that response, and sometimes they've said, no, you're not going forward unless you give me an actual number. So,
so that happened to me twice in interviews also. I'm trying not to set off myself for a number or tell them, and they keep insisting until they told me we cannot. We need to know what's your number. And even I found that it was reasonable not to say what was my previous salary. But the companies that were approaching me, they wanted to, in my opinion, they were trying to get access to talent that they were not getting access before. And in one of the ways, they already have a fixed salary for that position, but if they also find that they could expand into other sectors and help them in other areas, they could kind of push that salary a little bit higher. So I didn't know how to manage it at that time, and I think I learned, at least with one company, we went through the interview process. I had 2 interviews, I went through the whole cycle, and at the very end, when we were talking about the number, my impression was that because of my previous salary, they realized that I was too expensive for them. And if they give me what they were going to offer me, I was going to stay with them for a limited time and then move on when the business, the other get back to me. So that's my impression, because they were very happy with everything, the experience that I have and everything. And it got to a point that I did not receive more information from them. That's it. So.
Yeah, and having been in HR and having been on the other side of the table, I think it's not a good mindset for the company to have to, worry too much about, somebody leaving, for the next best offer, because there's a lot of things that, affect people's willingness to stay. They need to pay market value. If they're not paying market value, then they're not going to make the hires that they want. But to limit themselves or limit the access to talent that they do by making the decision, well, that person's just going to leave if we can't pay them $10,000 more. I think that's it's a narrow mindset. I'd advise leaders not to make a decision that way, but sometimes they do and sometimes they don't.
So, other question from online. Do companies generally prefer to hire independent, I can do it all myself individuals, or do they prefer team players?
It probably depends on the job, but generally I'd say that there's a preference for team players. They will, almost any role, you need to somehow be able to relate to people and work with people. And so that's one of the things that we're looking for in the interview process and at all aspects of the process is how well does a person communicate, how well do they relate with the people that they're interacting with here. And it's important to see that. With that said, if you're looking for a technical role, if somebody can come in and appear to have the appropriate people skills, but at the end of the day they may be I don't want to work with anybody, I'll do it myself, the type of person, it certainly can happen, and you can certainly be wrong, in terms of your identification and what the impression that you, as an interviewer, you can be wrong in the impression that the person makes on you. That happens as well.
Yes, sir. With regard to being a team player, and as you approach the salary discussion, which is always difficult for maybe the company and definitely the candidate, is it still, in a fairness opinion, is it still the best way to approach that as part of the bigger SPE team, going within the salary ranges of the last 5 to 10 year salary surveys, maybe ASCHE or the Mechanical Engineering Society? Would that be a good anchor point, statistically speaking?
I don't know what you have access to from SPE, so I can't answer that specifically. I don't know if anyone else in here. What I've seen in the past from AICHE, they're a lot of the salary information that I saw from them wouldn't necessarily match our internal salary survey, the market information that we get. Their stuff would be based on typically years of service as opposed to job level, and so.
So SP salary survey actually does have job type.
Okay.
So whether you're an individual contributor, a supervisor, or a manager, and it's also by country, and so that might be particularly useful if you're in, say, Australia, that's a particularly hot job market. So it's a reference point. It doesn't mean you're going to get what the average person gets, but it certainly is a reference point.
Okay. Other questions online?
Yeah, we had a couple more come through online. Dean asks, how do you start the negotiating conversation?
You'll get the offer letter that will spell out the salary that's there. There'll be some explanation of benefits and things like that that would go along with the job as well, and then you would tend to begin the negotiations with whoever sent that offer to you. So that's where I would typically begin. Is to talk about the person. That will probably most likely be an HR person, and so depending upon if you're getting close to one of those things that is make or break point for you, you may want to request that they review it with the hiring manager, what your request is as well. So.
How do you frame the question? You send them back an email saying, hey, I'm not happy with your offer, I'm not happy with your offer. How do you start the conversation?
Let's use base pay as an example. What you could say is something. You don't want to be offensive, obviously, in approaching the negotiations. So you could say something to the effect that, based on my skills and experiences and what I've seen in the market, I think that my value is not fully reflected in the offer here, and would it be possible to have further discussion on that?
And that also might be the appropriate time to bring in the SP salaries.
Yeah.
Based on my experience, it would appear this is below what salary range is.
Here's some data that I've seen, and I've got other experience as well. Is what my thoughts are.
One thing you can do to set yourself up for a good negotiation is when you're in the interview, ask them what their pain points are, what they need to be solved, and say, hey, if you were we're having a conversation a year from now, and I just knocked it out of the park, what would be the items that you would want me to accomplish? And then you can use those items and their pain points, and then look at your skill set and say, hey, look, I've been really successful here and here and here. Now, when they give you the offer, and I would recommend, I don't know if you agree with me, Greg, but doing it over the phone instead of through email.
Yeah.
But say, hey, I thank you for the offer. Really appreciate that. Is there any wiggle room on that salary? And then this is when you pull out from your bag that thing, that accomplishment you have that solves their pain point. I have skill solving this problem, and then you can maybe talk about the value proposition for them. Like, at my previous company, I saved $1 million doing this.
I think
and then just throw it back to them.
Excellent response.
Thank you so much. Getting away from the negotiation side, can you apply for these jobs online when it's the computer that's taking your keywords and things? I've obviously realized now I probably haven't used the right, all the keywords, and maybe got kicked out by the computer because it was within 24 hours, so I don't think anyone saw the application. I might have had lines in my resume. Can you reapply for a job that's been posted, or do they have you down, they'll have your details, like, oh no, you've already been rejected?
That's I'll tell you, that's not a question that I've had before. Has anyone got experience in that?
Greg, this has happened to me with the last 2 weeks. You can electronically on the application. You have to really hunt for it. Go back and log in.
Yeah.
You'll see possibly an edit option.
Oh, okay.
Resubmit it. Take all.
Because it said, and also that you download your cover letter and resume as well, but it was, submitted Sunday night, and by 10 o'clock next morning I was done. Was out. So I was like, that person was at work really early on a Monday morning. It was really on pause, and this is the computer doing this. So obviously with all this information about the keywords and stuff, it's a different, I know, got that career break. So just getting back on track. Yeah. Okay.
So do larger companies use their own HR and own web application tools, or do they, in your experience, go through recruiters and such?
Both, yeah. Most of the large companies are going to have their own group of recruiters who might specialize in certain areas, engineering, finance, whatever, they may be separate, or they may concentrate on regions, Gulf Coast, Northeast. So those types of things. Then they will depending upon how much hiring they're doing, they'll supplement their internal recruiters with contract recruiters, and then they'll also utilize external recruiters and recruiting companies. Depending upon the nature of the job that they're going for, they might say, we don't have the expertise or the skills to understand that internally, so we're going to go identify a specialized recruiter, and they'll hire that group to go out and locate and find talent for them.
So would it be, easier for the applicant to know where to search for the best place to apply, or?
Some of the things you can do, included within your networking, is to identify recruiting companies that specialize in the areas that you're interested in, and you can begin to network with and meet those recruiters as well. So in addition to identifying companies, some people have found roles that way also.
Just a comment that in companies that I've worked for before, when you apply, if you know someone, that go out on LinkedIn or Pro or wherever and just do a search and see if there's anyone in that company that you know or that you've worked with before. Because in 3 different instances at Southwestern, a hiring manager came to me and said, I see that this person we're thinking about bringing in worked at the company I've worked with before. Do you know this person? What do you think of them? And in each instant, in one instance, I said, no. And in the other 2, it was the great good team player and so forth, and they were brought in and hired. So it's good to know, and also even if you're not using them as a reference, if you can contact them and just give them a heads up that you've applied. And also, most companies you have to apply online. There's usually some spot in there where you can, do you know anyone at this company? And if you have already given them a heads up and you say, may I list your name? Because very often there's a hiring bonus for them. So it's, it's a win there. But don't overlook that possibility of making a connection. It may be somebody you haven't worked with in quite a while, but if they're there and they know your work, your skill sets and stuff, it can be beneficial.
Using LinkedIn to identify people to network with, you can you put in the name of a company, and it can list like your primary contacts, but also the secondary contacts and things like that. So it's a good way to identify people to network with. Yes.
More like a comment, and maybe ask the audience, if you go by the book being what we focus today, for each job it will take half a day to apply at least. Yeah? What you do follow the book, or you go on LinkedIn and apply to 500 jobs in 10 hours? It's a gambling, I guess.
I have a comment for that.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. And there's a formula. I'm going to talk about it a little bit later in one of the papers that we handed out. But basically, you're 10 times more likely to land a job if you know somebody at that company. Okay. And my personal experience speaks to that, because after several months of looking, I did an evaluation of my process, and I realized I got 0 interviews from the places where I applied, and I didn't know anybody there, and I didn't go through that route. Okay, my only interviews were through about 50 recruiters and through people in my network. So you might apply to 500, but if your results are like mine, it's not going to be very successful.
We share the same experience.
Yeah.
These items in here that we talked about will tend to make you just a little bit more knowledgeable, a little bit more valuable, and able you to tell your story better, and that'll get you just a little bit higher on their list at each stage of the game. So, if you really work at this, you should have a higher success rate and actually be faster than the 500 and hope that something sticks. So.
With regard to recruiters, are you referring to the store oil rig zone, or are you speaking of specific?
Headhunter.
Like coloring, she's.
And how do you find? Find those people?
Right there.
As far as, generally, if you're referring to specific skill set with other specifically oil recruiters or upstream, downstream recruiters, or is it more general than that? How does it work?
There'll be, okay, let's use the term headhunter for a moment for somebody who's not working specifically for the company that you might apply to, but they are an independent recruiter working for a recruiting company that serves a number of end user companies. So you will find within that some recruiters who serve or who attempt to serve very broad markets, and they're going to be trying to, locate, HR people one day and petroleum engineers the next. But you'll also find people who specialize in key parts of an industry. So you will find people who specialize in upstream, versus chemicals versus other types of issues. So finding the ones who have the most expertise in your area and have made the most placements in the type of area that you're interested in are generally the ones that will best serve you and who make the best contacts for you, rather than somebody who's trying to serve every market, whatever comes along.
So if you put in petroleum engineering recruiter and Google it?
I would ask everybody in this room who their favorite recruiter is, and go that way, and you'll find that, like, some people have recruiters. Like, really, you need to find somebody that knows you and will take the time to get to know you.
I agree with that.
Because when they're going to call the hiring manager, and then they're going to talk about you for 5 minutes. And if they're just reading off a piece of paper, then it's a.
So what are the hiring companies that are like these recruiters work for? What are some of the names as far as?
Bradstreet Group is one. There's a lot of different.
Like who, the oil companies?
No, the actual companies that these individuals are working for, these headhunters are working for. What are their recruitment companies? I'm new to Houston, so I don't.
There are a lot.
Yeah,
there's a lot.
I can give you one, like Paracura Group is one.
And there's a lot on LinkedIn as well. So like you can find a recruiter, kind of whatever you want to call them, on LinkedIn as well.
It really burned a lot.
You can put it, yeah, see, there you go. What is this? So,
if you look at jobs, like if you're looking for a reservoir engineer job on LinkedIn, our company for really is posted. There's no exemption closed. Yeah, so, and like
There's
I said,
more.
because our owner is a reservoir engineer, she's very known within the industry. And we just do upstream, subsurface, oil and gas. We're not in different markets, industry, we're just in oil and gas, so that's what we specialize. So a lot of people find us by putting reservoir engineer position, and we're like on the first page, so that's how we find what recruiters are out there.
And then you should maybe the question goes, meet someone at the recruiter.
Well, sometimes you can make an appointment. You also call in. I mean, when people call in and talk to us, we're small, and I was just talking to you about that.
Well, how many years has Colorado been specialized in?
Over 20 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Call up and then make appointments and get to know individual.
Basically, lots of times, like when all of us, we don't have like a receptionist, so they call in, one of us picks up the phone, and we find out what type of position you're looking for. We usually ask that you send your resume in, so we can be looking at your resume, asking questions, different things like that. If we know we're not going to be able to help you, right off the bat, we're going to tell you. We're not just going to say, okay, we're going to call you back, and then, we're not able to. The people that call in get more of the, I guess you could say, the attention, because we get hundreds of resumes from all different outlets. So it's hard to, with the little group that we are, to call every person back. But if we know we're going to be able to help you, even though we don't have a position open at that time, we're still going to take the time to get to know you. And that's what I was talking to Kevin about earlier, is we'll get to know you, get to know what you're looking for. We're not just going to say, okay.
Like I said earlier, Vanessa's going to be the most popular person here. So, we've got 2 more questions on the webinar. We're going to get Brad to read those, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Okay, so this question comes from Jeffrey. It appears more companies with online applications are demanding contact through HR only and not the hiring manager. Thoughts on that?
I would say that most companies are trying to make HR be the first contact, but I would still continue to try to network and meet as many people as you can within that company and within the particular area. If you happen to be able to meet the hiring manager, it will be to your advantage. So use your network, use LinkedIn to try to learn everything that you can. Ask people for advice. Ask people what challenges that they're seeing. At the company, what are things that they're trying to deal with at this time.
And the next question from Dean is, what's your opinion on using PayScale or Salary.com to negotiate your base salary?
Yeah, I would say again that it's that there is information there. It may or may not be current. It may or may not be as accurate. It may not reflect what the company has internally. But it's worthwhile to bring up what you see from those sources or other sources, as we discussed earlier. But also, as you mentioned, relate how your skills relate to their needs, and say what you think that means in terms of market value for yourself.
Right.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, let's give Greg a hand. Great questions. So we've got boxes of lunch in the back. There are drinks in the refrigerator. I think the lunches are turkey, ham, and roast beef. There's coffee in the coffee bar, and the restrooms are in the hall. So if everybody could get some food and get settled, we'll progress on to the next talk.
Maureen actually got me my last job. But I know that they're the only ones that actually did like a face-to-face meeting with me.
That's cool.
Because most of them just which I don't
I
like.
have one that
At first I was being really cautious.
Yeah, so I was impressed.
Not having lunch today? Skipping lunch? Well, there's not much. There's a cucumber, potato chips,
I came a bit late, so I assume I missed the best introduction.
You know, we had a lot.
So, they don't. It works. Everybody grab their lunch. Networking is already started. We're trying. We're practicing. Good.
A lot of networking.
Grab your lunch. Have you eaten? I'm sorry.
That's good. That's so
All right, take seats, please. Everybody find a chair. All right, grab your lunch, find a chair. This is when I need a cowbell.
Should have brought
All right, this has been great discussion, good conversation. Thanks for all the questions. I think that was really powerful. But I have a lot of material I'd like to share with you too. So we're going to go at a pretty quick pace, if that's all right. I know several people have other things to do this afternoon, so we won't take 5 hours to get out of here. We're going to do pretty quickly through this. And this networking workshop is actually includes several exercises, so you'll get to interact throughout the workshop. So this is a workshop that was first developed a couple of years ago. We offered it in Amsterdam for the SPE annual conference that was held there, and it was put together with some volunteers from the Soft Skills Committee, which I chair, the SPE Talent Task Force, and the Young Member Engagement Committee. So we have a number of different perspectives, and we put this together. And I'm going to tell you in advance that from this group of slides, I will only provide you the references at the end. I won't give you the slides because we have offered this workshop several times since, and I don't want to see my slides out for other people using it. So not that I have any questions, just tell me that at the end. So we've also offered it, we offered it at annual conference in Houston this year, and we also offered it at OTC. So we've done this several times. So hopefully you will enjoy it, and I think it's a nice combination with the other two talks that we already had this morning. So this is the agenda, but I will not follow this timeline because we don't have that much time left. We'll do the exercises pretty quickly, but know that you probably want to spend some time on them at home when you have a chance to think about it. So why networking? Why is it that we think networking is valuable? And oftentimes, I think networking is something we think about that's just for the young professionals, just for the students, just for people that are earlier in their career. And when you think about it, throughout your career, it can be really valuable, and it can help you to get feedback on how you can do things differently. It gives you resources, insights, and information. One of our resources said that by networking, you're going to have a distinct advantage over your competition. You might get access to private information. You might have access to people with different types of skill sets, and it can give you power, something that can really help you. And I like this quote from this Nobel Prize winner, Linus Pauling. He was, interestingly enough, one of the only two people to win a Nobel Prize in two different areas. And he said the best way to have a good idea is to have a lot of ideas. And so by networking, you can increase your ability to have a lot of ideas. And it's a good way to generate new thoughts. And think about networking really about reciprocity. It's about the chance that you have to help someone else. Don't think about just what you can get for yourself, but how can you help someone else? So as you're networking today, try to understand the people's perspectives that are in this room today and how you might be able to help them. Focus more on that than what you can get out of it. And I think you'll find this to be mutually beneficial. And that's what we talk about, establishing relationships. It's not just, I want a job, give me a job. It's, how can I help you? And so even with respect to the discussion we had about recruiters or headhunters, you might oftentimes find that you have colleagues that match a description that a recruiter is trying to fill. So you can refer colleagues to those recruiters and help the recruiter in that respect. And think about the ability to build those long-lasting friendships. One of our committee members has quite a bit of expertise in organizational development. And she gave us a note of caution this last bullet. And she said, particularly the young professionals, that's the acronym we use in SPE for those with 10 years or less full-time experience or over age 35. She said, white teams have a kind of an innate drive to build these relationships, to find places to belong, to find a home. And so if you're in that group, you have to be aware of that, to be a little bit more discerning about joining every group that belong. So think about that if you're in that group. That's several of you taking the test, you find that I want to join all these clubs. Try to dial it down a notch and choose the ones that you think provide most value. So we think about networking. There's a number of different ways that networking occur. And we like this chart, take from one of our resources, because it helps you to think about networking in different ways. The first column is operational. Operational is what you typically experience in a company. There's a purpose to get your work done. The people you network with are in your direct line of report, maybe the people in your group. You know who they are. You can identify them by an org chart. It's pretty clear. Most of us working within companies have done this operational type networking. That's very common. The second column is also very common, personal relationships. You have friends from high school, friends from college, friends from church. Maybe your children have friends, and you're friends with their parents. Maybe you're in different organizations. SPE is an example, but personal relationships are also an excellent form of networking. Totally different purpose, but sometimes they overlap, and so don't underestimate the value of those personal relationships. Someone that you know through your church may be an excellent point of reference for you. So keep those people in mind as well. The last column is networking that you may not have thought about before. So this is strategic networking, and this is where you're actually trying to identify a decision maker and how you can get to know more about how they think and how you could get introduced to that decision maker. And so this can be strategic in a job search, but it can also be strategic once you land the job and you're working in a company. Because oftentimes your projects have to be approved by someone who doesn't know you. And so trying to understand the way the company works more strategically could be an important part of your networking within the company that you join. So think about that as a way you may not have studied as much. So first exercise, you're going to have to put down your sandwiches to do this, but I'm sure you can do it. And we won't take 20 minutes, but I know you can do this. We've done this elevator speech before. So we're going to divide into pairs or groups of 3. But I want you to think about is making sure you communicate 4 things. All right? So watch very carefully. 4 things. Who you are, what you do, why you're meeting them, and why they should care about meeting you. So think about those 4 things to include in your elevator speech. And you can try different variations of this. We can have one for the, let me go back to the other chart so you can reference this. One for the operational line of report. You can have one for the personal line of report, and Susan House, mom, and strategic could be the third. So I'm going to keep this chart up here. Does everybody understand the exercise? Okay, you're just going to do an elevator speech to the person sitting next to you. Okay, go.
Yeah,
you go that.
Maybe I should look you in the eye. Look away. Let's go with it. I know. Take it from your. What do you're here to. Network. And how are you doing so what I'm looking for is how are you going to document? I mean, get their names, get their address, get their business cards. You're going to put it on your contact? So what am I supposed to My name is James. I'm here to convince organizations and advise what I'm trying to do is tell them that I have a deeper, better way.
It's nothing new.
The second person hasn't gone. Go ahead and switch.
Always be I'm hoping that they have are we going to have a sign-out sheet, or is everybody going to have their name? You go to a meeting. Collect sign-outs. Keep it. You never know. It also has to what had that even the ones that you wouldn't like. Tell me about
So this okay, thank you. Did anybody hear any really good, exceptional elevator speeches came up when you heard them? Sorry? Oh, you're busy networking, sorry. Anybody want to nominate their partner to give us their elevator speech? Is there anything you're really interested in? Okay, I see a nomination. Go ahead.
All right, well. Why am I here? I'm here to sell your company on some low-risk, low capex prospects. And I'm hoping that in this downturn environment that we'll get a fair hearing, and it will lead into hopefully a new way of looking at semi-depleted reservoirs. And basically my feelings is that using existing technology, the horizontal laterals and transverse tracks that are predominant in the shale, if you move them up into the intermediate permeability reservoirs, did basically the same thing on a smaller, more cost-effective scale. You would do what?
Excellent. Thank you. Any other good examples? Anybody want to nominate? Well, I think we all had good chances to practice our elevator speeches we did introduction this morning. Hopefully you understand the purpose, but it's something you should practice and think about different settings when you might use these introductions in different ways to make connections. So when we think about networking, we've assembled a list of resources that we'll share with you, and we've just summarized some of the tips that they have. And I'm not going to read this list, but you can see that some of these things we've already talked about today. And I think the point is to think outside the box, to go beyond just the people that you see every day, and look for other ways that you can find opportunities to network with people. And so in my own example, I've certainly been very involved with SPE over the years. I've actually tried to branch out beyond SPE, and I've been going to some Geologic Society meetings, I've been going to Society of Women Engineer meetings, I've been going to events down at the Rice Baker Institute. There's a number of ways that you can expand your circle. And so think about that. And a lot of them are free, relatively expensive. And look for those ways that you can reach out and find people. Face-to-face is always the best way to network. But if you are going to contact someone by LinkedIn, for instance, do it very deliberately. Have something that you want to share with that individual. Offer them something of value in exchange for meeting. So consider that. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add to this group? Any tips or tricks for networking? Brad?
If you're connecting with somebody on LinkedIn, don't, especially if you really want to connect with them, don't just click the connect button that gives the generic, hi, I'd like to connect with you. Tell them who you are. Maybe they forgot who you were, or they met 20 people that day, and your picture doesn't look, So put a personal touch in there.
We met at the SP Members in Transition Workshop. Mm-hmm. So any other tips or tricks?
Yeah, maybe it's not a tip. I keep getting these connect requests from the head of the bank in China. I keep rejecting the guy because it looks more like a scam or something like that.
Yep.
We are not in the same industry. We are not in the same.
And you can also see when someone sends you a LinkedIn connect who you know in common. That might be valuable. But again, networking isn't about LinkedIn. So don't always think of that as your networking by making connections in LinkedIn. Maybe that's after you met them at a meeting, you follow up on LinkedIn to reacquaint later. But it's not just about you. We have a different brother. We got another slide on. Oh, yeah. No problem. So this was just from this one resource. So small talk is something that engineers in particular sometimes have problems with. So think about how you can be better at making small talk. That's the little conversations that you can have with people to kind of open the door to building a relationship. And so before you go to one of these events, think about whom you might meet there. Who would be the types of people who would attend? Some of the events you can even see the list of people before they go, of who's registered. You can actually target people that you want to go meet. And if you know what they look like, you can go up and introduce themselves. You can really go beyond the circle of friends that you know that are attending an event and really seek out the opportunity to meet other people. In this reference, they say listen and listen louder. And I think the point is they're trying to emphasize don't always be doing all the talking when you're networking. Actually, start a conversation with someone by asking them a question and listen to what they tell you. And so that's a really good way to start to build relationships, is to understand the other person more than being out there doing your elevator speech to everybody. So think about that. You can avoid topics that might be controversial. I think the usual ones they talk about are religion, politics, and sex. In these days when we have elections going on, there's a lot of people talking about politics, so maybe that's an okay topic. But how funny was that debate last night? That would be an okay thing to say. But those are the sorts of things that there might be certain topics you could avoid in certain groups. Be consistent and make sure you follow up with people that you met. Don't just leave the relationship from a one-time encounter, but you really have to go out there and build a relationship. And when you attend these networking events, move around the room. As I phrase, get carpet sweeper. You actually move around the room very deliberately, so you don't stand there talking to one person for 30 minutes. Actually, set yourself a mental clock that after a few minutes, I'm going to move on to the next group of people to talk to. Any other ideas about small talk? Anyone have a suggestion?
It's speed dating.
It's like speed dating, all right? I have no experience at that.
I don't have just but
so I've
seen it on TV.
But that's the point. Being able to have short conversations
have some business cards
Business cards.
that you can hand
Very
out.
helpful. Yes, because you may not get a chance to continue the conversation, but you're going to follow up with them later. So they'll remember who you are.
One thing that's almost a lost art, if someone is especially helpful or whatever, we tend to either just say thank you there or at most send an email. If you send a handwritten note.
Handwritten thank you note.
To that person.
I will take it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That helps you to stand out.
Very good. Okay, we're ready for exercise number 2. So here's a way to make small talk. So we're going to try one of these, or several if you have a chance to do it, one of these 3 ideas. And you can remember the acronym OR to keep this in your mind. Now you're standing in line at the grocery store about to check out. You see a person standing next to you that you recognize. You can start a conversation with them. How do you do it? Or you could offer an observation. You could say, wow, this checkout line is really long, isn't it? Or you could ask a question. Do you come to this grocery store often? Or you could reveal your thoughts. I hate standing in line. I mean, that's an example. All right, so everybody practice on their partners, group of 3. Practice this O-A or reveal. Okay? Just make up the scenario.
Wow, that's sugar cookies.
Well, you're really hungry.
That's your what?
Yeah.
How many years of experience you have?
But I did yeah, I was working
I both the road and a mountain bike. I rode in the
Yeah, just got on my mountain bike for the first time in a couple of years. So busy at work. Just had to like for a while. So I can tell
I have a last ride. I was with that's the last one. A lot of different
new situation, we just meet, yeah. New situation, you and I meet somewhere. Car wash. We're in the Astros. We're both right away.
Okay, cool. I'm from Houston.
You know, you don't need a whole lot of no, I'm actually a big Fort
Okay. Anybody have any good examples that'd like to nominate their partners to share? Did you hear any really interesting ones?
Andrew has a good priority.
All right.
I'll go ahead and say.
Oh, you said? Go ahead, you nominated.
So,
Hey, I can write.
I use, I have a good memory, visual memory, so if I see your face one time, I will remember that I met you sometime. And I may use that sometimes to say, your face looks familiar to me, I think we work together, or this, I mean, and that's my engagement. You can tell with this answer, right away if he doesn't want to talk or if he's willing to talk. The first answer, and you have to take that as a yes or no. And they never answer me no or yes. They just say, no, I don't think I know you, or no, I don't recall your face, or they say, maybe we just, and that changes how you continue with the conversation or not. So,
Maybe you have a good example. Anybody else want to nominate their partner? Yes?
Yes. My partner was good at asking a couple questions until he found out something that we both had in common.
What did you ask?
Somehow we got along the conversation that we both had an interest in cycling, and then we began to talk about the MS, and it kind of developed from there.
Anybody else?
I like this. Yes, I think that I remember you because that takes. I remember faces, and I'm not always good at remembering names until I'm driving home, and I'm going. So that kind of takes that aspect out of being alive.
So anytime you're in a situation where it feels kind of awkward, you don't know how to start the conversation, just start remembering this acronym or OAR and either offer an observation, ask a question, or reveal something that you're thinking about or your opinion, and see if it takes off. So when you think about your network, you want to make sure you have a diverse network. So think in your head right now, we're going to diagram it in a minute, but think in your head about your network and how you've met some of the people in your network. If all the people in your network are Longhorns, I'm a MiT grad, okay, maybe your network's a little limited. Maybe you need to branch out a little bit and meet Aggies. That might be okay. So think about the perspective of having diversity in your network and how you can connect to people from different perspectives. It's oftentimes that proximity counts. We spend the most time with people that we're nearest to, typically nearest to. So sometimes you have to work harder to build relationships with people that you don't see every day. If you've ever been in a work team where you had remote offices that people had to connect, it's kind of harder to build that relationship with those people. So you have to put some effort into it. And sometimes having shared activities is a really powerful way to do that. So we have the example of cycling. You can have shared hobbies. But you can also build networks through volunteering in professional organizations such as SPE, because you can work on something together, to put on an event, to put together a project, and that's different than just attending the meetings. So look at that as a way to expand your network by volunteering in a technical society. And on the right there, sorry, go ahead.
You never know where the contact. I got my job at Southwestern because someone I barely knew at church came up to me and said, so-and-so told me that you're in geology. And so she said, she was, at that point, she was working for a headhunter. And she said, I'm looking for, I have this position open. And I said, tell me about it.
There you go.
And so she did, and I said, I'm your person.
So on the right, we talk about the Dunbar number. And this gentleman was a psychologist in the UK. And he actually did a study, this was many years ago, about how many people you can actually keep track of. And his theory was based on Christmas cards, so everybody sends Christmas cards these days. But he said a lot of people in say, 20 years ago would send Christmas cards. Every year they'd go through and add a few names to their list, and they'd drop a few names off, people that they hadn't stayed connected to. But the average number of Christmas card lists was about 150. So he started with that theory that you can maintain a relationship with about 150 people. And then he did his work, his research on that to look at clans, social clans, look at military units, look at office departments, and he said after about 150, it's really hard to know everybody in that network. So think about that as, who cares if you have 1,000 Facebook friends, You can really only know about 150 that you're close with, that you would trust, that would be within your circle of contact. And so this tends to be kind of a level of which you can't go beyond. I know here in the Gulf Coast section, we've actually done something that speaks to that. We have more than 16,000 members here in the Gulf Coast section, so we have study groups. We have small groups that talk about different topics that meet regularly on those topics, and you can get to know 200 people in a study group. You may not get to know 15,000 people, but that's a way to kind of resolve that. So think about your network and think about the people that are critical connectors. And this reference defined the critical connectors in 3 different ways. They said hubs are people that are well connected to many people within the organization. So if you need to know something about another person in the organization, you can go to the hub and they would probably be able to introduce you. They could probably put you in contact with those people. Gatekeepers tend to be the assistants to the executives. They're the people who manage the executive's calendar. They're critical to know as well. If you're trying to get a meeting with the executive and the decision maker, you need to be nice to the gatekeeper, right? Because they may or may not let you in to see that particular person, so that's useful. And then there's also the pulse taker. These are the people that kind of know what everybody's talking about. And so if you're trying to launch an initiative and you want to know how well it's going to meet the need, go talk to one of these pulse takers and say, what are people worried about these days? Is this going to be something that's just going to fall flat if we launch it now, or is it going to be received well? So these are different types of key people in your network that you should think about as you're taking stock of your network. Next exercise, and we're not going to take 20 minutes on this one either, but this is where you actually diagram your network. And I've got some paper I'm going to give you. You don't have any blank paper. But what I would suggest is you think of a target. So draw concentric circles on your paper, and then divide the target into slices of a pie. So it could be 6 slices, 8 slices, whatever you think. And then put the people that are closest to you, because you're going to write me on the center of the pie. Put the people that are closest to you near in the center circles, and put the ones that are less close in relationship in the outer extremities. And then the idea is that you diagnose your network. So you might have people that you know from work contacts, you might have people you know from church, you might have friends that you know who are parents of your children's friends, you know, whatever you define as the different sectors of this pie, you're just write your network. And look to see where you might have gaps. Look to see where everybody you know is an Aggie, and you don't have no Longhorns. You know, however you decide to choose. And I've got some blank paper if anybody needs it.
So circle with it like a bullseye? Yeah. Center. And then so diagram picture. Okay, so when do you know? So do we put?
I'll take a piece of paper.
So then, I guess we divide it up in pies. But she did mention like
So we have drawn the pie, the bullseye with sectors.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Put different people or groups.
So we kind of put some lines like a cutting a pie.
Whatever you want it to be. You can have 5 circles, 18 circles.
Do I have to fill it all out?
You know as a broadcast, and under that it's fine.
Okay, so then I guess enter would be the closer people to you.
It would be your family.
I'm not going to give you 20 minutes to do it. Finish with it.
So she's not talking about this.
Okay. And then friends.
So-
I'm quite sure what the spokes represent.
So I'm confused though, like what are the levels mean?
It's
Okay.
like further out, like people I'm not that associated with, but I know, or what?
I would say family is one circle
Yeah.
and friends is another. I mean,
I
okay, you
know.
keep going after.
Okay.
So family is in the middle. This is what I'm doing. Friends is the next colleague.
Hmm.
Susan, if we were doing this like thoroughly, would we be doing it for a specific purpose?
Probably.
Like, okay.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure what the spokes represent.
Could be. Could be. But at this point, we're trying to think about our
Okay.
entire network. So everybody you know in the world, how would you sort them out?
Okay, we got six.
Well, that's a different approach. I mean, I'm trying to save time by doing this in 5 minutes. But you don't have to do it this way. You know, everybody could draw their network, and Venn diagrams are one way to do it.
I'm not quite sure what the spokes represent. There's a spokes percentage of the people you know that's in one sector.
The idea
I'm
is
not
to
sure.
identify who you know. And so, you know, within all the people that you've ever encountered, how would you remember who they all are? Well, you kind of sort them out.
But like I said, you sort them out by, groups in this
Or
way.
in this
Now, what
case,
the-
this could be the church segment, this could be the friends segment.
Not necessarily circles, but
Right,
but
and
then
then the church could be
Isolation.
people that go to church every week versus the people who just go to church on Easter and Christmas. You're not exposed to them, but you just see them. Well, that's great. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
You could. You could. Exactly. Yes. All right. So take 2 minutes and show what you have to the person sitting next to you. Just explain it. Okay? I know you're not done. I'm just saying explain your thought process to someone sitting here. Okay?
I think we've discussed it.
I was writing the names of specific people, and then I kind of did similar way to you did. Okay, I was like, this is my family, and then I was kind of writing, okay, who I'm close to here, and then who's I'm not as close to, and then I was going to group up my friends and my work colleagues.
That's good. That's really good. So I guess it does need to be more specific because I was trying to do general. What did you do?
I ended up with a bunch of certain areas that people still haven't figured out.
Are you wearing maroon so you can offer an olive leaf to the non-longhorns?
Outside of any type of interest that has
Crimson.
The OU yeah, okay. I was thinking maybe.
Okay, I know you're not done. But tell me what you learned from this exercise.
So it's
Takeaways from this?
I've observed that there's probably some gaps.
There's some gaps.
And there are probably places where I need to focus more time on building relationships.
Okay. Are there any other takeaways, any observations that you've made from looking either at your diagram or your neighbor's diagram?
I would like to comment that he has a good.
Tell us about yours.
Well, the one thing that jumped at me is I noticed that a lot of people in my close circle are like family members or people I've known since I was younger.
Yes.
So it tells me that I need to get out more. A lot of people I went to college with, even though we're friends on Facebook, have been taken down and really talking about that.
Call them on for lunch.
Exactly. So that's not a good thing. It means I need to reach out.
That's good. Excellent. Anybody else? Any observations?
Well, I realized that I have two areas that I nothing. Yes, the race related.
There you go. Don't connect. Join a Bible study. Join a small group. That could be a way to use the church better. There you go. Excellent. Anybody else? Any observations? Yes. You've just been nominated.
Well, I need to be here longer. That's the thing. Because my SPE and SPE, they're sort of on the outskirts.
Right.
I've linked in with them a few, but of course I've not had opinion on them. I mean, it takes time to build that. Of course, when you're overseas, you don't usually have the time to do that. So you want to do it quickly. So I need to work on that.
Right. And I think someone here, Venn diagrams, was that?
Yeah, but I've been rethinking that. I mean, yes, you could interlock things, people that go to your church that are your suppliers, that are your friends, people that go to your church that are your suppliers that you don't have friends. But I'm thinking more along the lines now of a radar chart, where the distance from the center along, it's not the areas in between, it's the spokes themselves, or your suppliers, contacts, colleagues, friends, family. And then the further out you put the dot, the relationship defines your radar chart. And the ideal radar chart would be to get everything where it's the same distance from the center. So you brought your family in, you brought your friends in, you brought your contact suppliers, your community events, your faith, your school, all closer together so you make a smooth circle, not one that has bumps on it, so it's not very easy to roll.
Okay. Excellent. So I tried to compress the time that it would take you to do this by defining the type of chart I wanted you to draw. But when I have done this before, and Roger's been watching this for 2 or 3 times now, and I don't define it, it's amazing what people draw. They'll draw fancy trees, they'll draw Venn diagrams, they'll draw histograms. You'd be surprised what they can come up with just in the creative process. I'm an engineer, I use spreadsheets, so, whatever works for you, come up with some way to understand your network and how close you are to some people and how other people have kind of drifted away and how you can reestablish those relationships with those that have drifted away that is hugely important to you, particularly in your job search. Think about that.
We both go to the same meetings on Tuesday, and I heard one of the most interesting comments. He says that as soon as you get laid off, spread out the word that you got laid off. Because there's a lot of people that is going to come to you with like, I know these people who know these people that can help you. But I also heard from somebody else that never put in the LinkedIn that you already got laid off, or, don't
opinions?
Keep with the last,
What do you guys think? Any other opinions about that? What you should put in LinkedIn?
We have been recommended to put in transition.
Transition, for opportunities. But there is people that say, no, don't change your.
So I can tell you what I did is I changed mine from working at Chevron to I'm still the same title, reservoir management consultant in Houston. Because I'm still a reservoir management consultant. That's not working for Chevron. So that's one workaround. If you don't want to put in transition, you can consider that.
Is it good in the LinkedIn to put a summary in there?
I'm comment on your status in LinkedIn. There's 2 schools of thought, so you're going to get different opinions. But my opinion is, right now there's a bloodbath in oil. Right, most every company is hemorrhaging people. Right, so you're not going to be labeled an underperformer if you've been laid off, in my opinion. But if you do kind of broadcast that you have been let go and you are searching, you probably have dozens of friends that really care about you, and you can let them all know today that you're looking, and one of them might already know of a job through their network. So.
Great suggestion.
The broadcast part.
Now let's talk about networking within SPE. So for those of you who are SPE members, you know we have student chapters. Student chapters have meetings. We have section meetings here in the Gulf Coast section. Our Gulf Coast section is broken up into various committees and study groups. They have meetings. We have workshops like this one today, this seminar. We have forums, which are longer, multi-day events. We have conferences that could be really big events. And of course, we have training classes. There's also virtual opportunities within SPE. We have something that's called SPE Connect. For those of you who are SPE members, how many are members of an SPE Connect group? So that is an underexplored resource for you. So you need to, if you're an SPE member, go in and log in, use your user ID to log into SPE and search for the SPE Connect communities and find one to join.
You mean like the reservoir engineering?
It could be reservoir engineering.
Oh, okay.
Or it could be any number of different topics. Yeah. Or you might want to join one that's not your specialty to kind of work there and kind of observe what they're talking about. So it's a way to get some cross training as well. I don't know how many there are. More than 50. There's a bunch. So you can definitely do that. We also have technical sections, which are virtual communities across geographic boundaries, so you can join those. There's e-mentoring. There's the, like the Wikipedia for oil and gas, it's called PetroWiki. You can contribute to that. One Petro is the place to find all the technical papers for SPE, a number of other professional societies. Of course, we connect through emails and conference calls. And then think about this. Again, our person who's the organization behavior person asked us to put this comment on the bottom that really, oops, let me go back here. Right. Really, once you build the relationship, you can work well in a virtual setting, but sometimes to build a relationship with someone that you've never met before is hard. You know, so sometimes after you've met face-to-face once, it's okay, but if you have a virtual team that is trying to work together, you might have to put a little extra effort into team building to make sure everybody understands each other and relates and engage. So when we think about networking across social media, you know, there's new choices every day for how you can be involved. We can't all be active in all of these. I just joined Twitter myself a couple of weeks ago. So I haven't joined Twitter. I'm really just kind of on the receiving end of all that right now. But
Is Snapchat a prerequisite?
Snapchat is from high school students. Snapchat and Instagram is now the realm of high school students because they've abandoned Facebook because their parents are there. I have a high schooler.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah. So you know, there's a number of ways you can collaborate. There's certainly ways that you can reach out to people, and what I would suggest is try to meet them face to face first before you reach out to them virtually. That's generally the best way to do it. So next exercise, again, we're kind of speeding through this, so you're not going to have as much time to do this as we would normally. But try to draft a vision statement for yourself. And sometimes we actually use these exercises when we're seeking mentors. So think of it from that perspective. And try to articulate what you have as a vision statement for yourself, because that's useful in the job search as well. Where do you see yourself in 5 years or 10 years or whatever time frame you want to put? And what would you be doing? What would be the sorts of things that would make you happy? And what are your priorities? And we always think about trying to work on our weaknesses, but what are your strengths? What are some areas that if you had a job or an opportunity that really capitalized on your strengths, what would you be doing? Tell me what the vision is. Take a few minutes to write down a sentence or two about that vision, and you can put other priorities about your family, your health, you know, whatever. I don't care. It's your statement, but draft your vision statement and then share it with the person sitting next to you. This is hard. I know.
No, I know exactly what I've been doing in 5 years.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Show it to somebody else.
It's bad when your 5-year projection is not boosting this between now and
See, I don't use the word retired.
Strengths
or
equalizer.
retired. I just wouldn't be working. I'd be enjoying not working. That's why there's a difference there. And there's a joy in working that I'm really looking forward to.
So I think when we get to close to 1 o'clock, people may start to leave. So we need to, your one pager and my list of resources is pretty cool. So we'll stay around afterwards if people want to talk. What's the official end time? 1 o'clock. Oh, 1 o'clock. Oh. Okay. I've got one more exercise. Okay.
I mean, you don't have.
All right, share it with somebody next to you if you haven't done so already.
Okay.
Okay. My vision is 5 years.
You ready to share?
No?
No. Okay.
Okay, I can share. Let me just I'll finish it in words. So I would like to be in a peaceful but challenging environment that will let me use my ability to observe and increase in efficiency.
That's when I like season efficiency. I was like, all right, engineering word.
Well, it's a really big thing for me.
Okay. Here's, I like it. I support efficiency. To maximize my lifetime earning power, to provide for my family and loved ones, to continue to love my profession so that 90% of work is enjoyable, to diversify my work experience so I can stay away from unemployment and bear markets, and to balance my career with family time and health.
Very good. It looks like you've already done this.
Yeah, I did this a couple weeks ago. But I do have a 9-month head start on you.
Yes, you do.
So technically, you're 9 months ahead of me, even though I've already done this.
Oh, you know, it's funny because I've worked very extensively with BJM, which is the Between Job Ministry when I was on. But I never did.
Hey, would anybody like to nominate their partner to read their vision
Analytical and critical eye. You're very critical. You're very thorough. Which concerns me.
I would nominate their partner to read their vision statement.
Especially for an engineer.
I think you can nominate yourself.
Well, it is funny because I start up saying that I would like to master
I like that you
the completion of one innovation part of the upstream. I'm moving forward to the production side to get my knowledge, but I can't share this innovation here. I would like to have a financial independent freedom that allow me to chase any personal project that I would like to be doing with my family.
I know that one. Got it. You're going to steal that one. Yeah. Financial independence and freedom to pursue what you like to do. Anybody else want to nominate their partner or want to volunteer to read theirs? Anybody else? Yes. Please.
Mine is in 5 years. I said that my goal is to have Safari Global Energy Services to change status from just being a startup. So I've already been putting in the sub-Saharan African market.
Nice. Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
I think my objective in the next 5 years is to develop a set of skills to understand asset evaluation properly. That's something that I've not done in the past. And figure out the solution to this problem, how to operate profitably in this current market. So if there's a solution to that problem, then it's a lot of our bodies go right there.
Very good. Anyone else? Okay. Well, you get the exercise, you get the concept. You probably want to spend some more time reflecting on this and showing it to people that know you and giving you insights. But it certainly is a helpful thing to do when you're conducting a job search, and it'll help you to focus in on the types of things that you want to do. So that's certainly valuable as well. So we have an exercise here where if you have business cards with you, this is particularly useful. But I'd like you to kind of work your way around the room. Most of you have been kind of sitting in one place talking with 2 or 3 people near you, and reach out across the room to exchange business cards with someone that you've heard talk today. If you get the card, actually make a note on it about why you want to follow up with that person. So there might be something they said that you'd like to know more about. There might be something you want to give to them that you think would be a potential resource for them. But try to make a note about that. It will take 5 minutes to do that. We have just 1, 2 more little things to do to wrap up the seminar. I know some of you need to leave at 1 o'clock. So take 2 or 3 minutes to circulate, exchange your business cards, quick notes, and then sit back and
Yeah.
I don't have sorry my card. You have a PhD? From there. Chicago.
Okay, move on to someone else. If you haven't given your card to anyone else, move on. Try to work the room. Speed dating, yeah. Exactly. Find someone else to give your card to. Thank you. Across the room if you haven't moved yet.
All right.
Okay, 1 more minute. Give your card to 1 more person. Like 1 more person to give your card to. Wrap it up. All right, time to sit down. Wrap it up. You're expert.
I'm totally stealing her idea.
Oh, that was nice.
I don't know if she did that.
All right, did everybody make some contacts? Did you get
But
some
I'm
cards
stealing.
Got some follow-up actions? Meet some people for lunch, for coffee, or maybe just have a phone call? Excellent. And always think about what you can do for them as well as what they can do for you. So we will share these resources. Where all these materials came from are public sources. You can read the articles that we used to put this together. There's a long list of resources, so we'll put all that out there available for you, send it to you in an email. And Brad is going to talk about the one-page handout that he has distributed. So let me pull that up, and Brad, why don't you give us some perspective on that.
All right, everyone. So I made this quick start guide, and I'm not going to read through the entire thing. It's pretty simple, but one thing I've noticed, I've been out for 10 months, and I worked for, actually got laid off 2 days after I had a baby, so I took a month off. And then I worked on starting a business for a little while, and then when I started, when I decided that I wanted to be employed rather than start my own business, I started my job search process. And this is it's gotten, as the oil prices drop, things have changed, right? So I've learned a lot through this process, and hopefully y'all can benefit from all the mistakes that I've made. I'm not a genius, and I didn't put all this stuff together myself, but I drew from all the resources that I've encountered as I've gone through it. Now, one thing that I can tell you, because I've kind of been a little bit of everywhere, is that y'all have a huge advantage, okay? Because I'm seeing there's, what, like maybe 30 or so people in here? I'm just going to hide this for a second. All right, there's maybe 30 or so people in here. I go to some other groups to meet, and, another 30 to 50 people. But what's happened is there are thousands of people that we are competing with for jobs, okay? So maybe only the top 10% or less are extremely informed, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be extremely informed, and we're not trying to outrun the bear. We're just trying to outrun our friends. Right? So, you don't have, just because oil is really low doesn't mean you can't find a job in this industry if you're really dedicated and you really want to, okay? Now, I want to say one word about networking and how important that is. So like I said earlier, the only interviews that I've gotten are from my network and from recruiters. So don't spend all day sitting in front of your computer searching for jobs and applying for those jobs. It gets depressing and you don't hear back. And also being by yourself, it changes the way your brain is working and thinking. So it's easier to get depressed, not just because you're not having poor success.
when you approach your job search, okay, especially when you're networking, when you're in a crowd, for example, when everybody went through and introduced themselves, I went through and I was writing down who I wanted to talk to, or maybe who I had ideas for that I could, hey, I can connect, this person with somebody else I know through my network. So when you can help somebody, that in turn is helping you, but it's also helping them, and you're creating branches in your network that are strong. So if you're only thinking about yourself, you're not going to land as fast as you would have if you're trying to help other people, and that's also the right thing to do. And I can give you a personal example from this because I met a guy at an SPE meeting. We talked for 5 minutes. I gave him my business card, okay? And he sent me maybe like a job a month that I could go apply to. And after about 4 months, I applied to one of these jobs and I got an interview. So I'm really thankful to that guy, and he's in a position now. But if I find out that he's not employed anymore, I'm going to work extremely hard to help that guy because he helped me. Okay, I remember him. So you want to be that person that other people remember. So go out there and try to help others. Your LinkedIn needs to be perfect. Your resume needs to be perfect. Okay, the thousands of other people that are out there looking for jobs, at least the top quarter of them are perfect. You want to be better than those guys, okay? Business cards. If you don't have a business card today, and maybe we met and I didn't get your information, how am I going to help you? How am I going to remember? Or let's say you sit down at a table at an SPE meeting and there's 10 people, and you'll say, well, I'll just get their cards and then I'll email them and ask, send them my information that way. Well, if there's that many people, you're going to miss an opportunity. Somebody's going to forget their card. So get a business card. If you don't have one now, you can get one within 24 hours. There's a list on this. We'll send this out digitally, but there's a link on there. You can go to VistaPrint, and I put a link where if you sign up through that link, then you get a discount, and I get a discount, and I'll be willing to take you to coffee for giving me that discount. And if you want it even faster, though, you can go to Staples. Okay, so you go to Staples. Really, you need your name, your email address, and your phone number. Okay, if you're delaying because you want to have this really amazing card, just go out there and order 250. You'll give them away in 2 months probably, and then you can get your perfect card later. Okay, as you're doing your search and you're meeting with people, like for instance today in this class, you exchange cards. Call up somebody and schedule a lunch with somebody that you met. Lunch, coffee, friends, family. Try to meet somebody every single day for lunch, okay? And it might sound like a lot of money, but you can just talk to your contact and say, hey, let's go meet, at this restaurant, and then you can get lunch for $6. It'll probably be the best $6 you spend on your job search, and you'll find often that people won't let you pay if they're employed. They'll insist on paying no matter how much you try to pay for them or pay for yourself. So go out and have lunch with somebody, and this is building your connections because I'll tell you, I've talked with people for 1 or 2 minutes on the phone, or maybe for a little while at an event, but through having lunch and being with them for an hour, it triggered ideas in my head and made me think about how I can help them in other ways that I didn't think about before. So get in front of people, and then for the rest of your job search, as they see your face on LinkedIn or through some other method, they're thinking about that lunch that y'all had and how they can help you. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. I recommend getting a search team. So connect with 2 other people and form a team and meet once a week or once every 2 weeks. And let's see here. Trying to wrap it up so we can. This was supposed to end at 1. I'm trying to find the most important things to talk about.
Don't get depressed. Yeah, that's a huge one.
One thing that's worked really well for me is you can kind of tell when you're getting in that cycle So do something to shift your brain, like reading a book. On here, I wrote down The Frackers. It's a really entertaining book. I wish it never ended. So yeah, read a book or do something different. Or
I started to play yoga.
yeah, there you go.
So practice yoga. It really helped. Yeah, I never played yoga before, but because of this, I started to play yoga. I really enjoy it right now.
And then I guess lastly is, this is just a quick introduction. So there's other meetings that you can go to get more information. And the ones that I recommend are HR Pros in Transition and the Energy Job Search Work Teams. Those are extremely helpful. And I guess with that, let's just, I'll hand it back over to Susan so we can get y'all out of here on time.
Yeah, so this is the last handout that we gave you. There's a number of resources for those of you who are SPE members. If you're not an SPE member, talk to me. I can explain what qualifications are for members if you actually may be qualified, even if you're not a petroleum engineer. So certainly something to think about. I think Roger mentioned several of these things at the top already, including the new SPE Ideas Launchpad that we're doing with the Houston Technology Conference, Houston Technology Center, rather. These were some events that we mentioned. We have the How to Reinvent Yourself next week in the downturn market. HBS have their shrimp deal. We have the next one in this series, that's the first Friday in March. We will also have the first Friday in April. In May, the Business Development Study Group is going to do a workshop on how to buy oil and gas plants. So we'll look into that if you're interested in that. And also, we also mentioned about this ethical considerations when changing employers with regards to non-competes and things like that. And then starting this summer, we're going to move this seminar series down to the Houston Technology Center. They have a bigger room that we can use, so we'll be meeting there throughout the summer with a variety of different speaker schedules. I've been recommended a whole lot of books during this time period, so I just put together the list of these books. I can't tell you I've read every one of them yet, but they're on my list of, I'm going to read them soon. And if you have books you would like to recommend to me, I would be interested in expanding this list. So you can see this covers a wide variety of different business topics. So please send me your books, and I'll add them to the list, and we'll post it on the website so these books can be available for others.
Can we have a little book exchange?
We could, if you could swap books, certainly. And I have a lot of these in hard copy. A lot of them I've pulled up on my notes now, so it's not as easy to exchange. But yes, if you have a hard copy and you'd be willing to swap with colleagues, we can help you to do that. So there's the list of books. Here's a list of websites. Again, most of these have been recommended to me by others. And so if you have something that you think should be added to this list, please let me know. I'd be happy to augment the list and keep it going. And there's new ones every day. There's a number of articles that have come out. Some of them are just really interesting. They might be a good resource for you, so I'd be happy to continue to keep this list going. And lastly, you should have received the handout from the Northwest Bible Church. They list all the area ministries, and those are a really powerful resource. So don't overlook that as a place to go that can give you tips and tricks on working with the job search process. So finally, we will send out some of these materials to you digitally. We'll also send out an evaluation form. We'd love to have your feedback. This is the first time we've offered this. We plan to do more, so we'd like to know what you like, what you think we should change, and so we can improve it in the future. Are there any final questions, closing comments before we end today?
Thank you very much.
No, this has been great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I couldn't reach you in the 3 minutes that we had. This is my card. I'm Alma. So that is my information. And thank you very much for your insights on the job search. So I will connect with you. I will send you a
How do we know each other? I'm not really familiar. Do you know Kenny McMillan?
maybe at the energy jobs.
Okay.
You're linked to it somehow.
Yeah,
Exactly. And San Felipe and maybe that's where.
I recognize your face, and I was like, I was trying to remember where.
Yes, with so many things going on, you kind of lose track of where you met people.
I came over with them
But,
at Apache. We were
I
part
mean,
of
it has
the
been
MiT
interesting. I had been in museums since like since November. So I haven't had my first interview yet. So probably need to improve.
See, we were still handling all the, it was still mainly managed from the Dow properties. They were over here at City West Flip Park.
How about your resume?
That was it.
Let me
Yeah,
introduce
he's
because
laughing up with a small.
that we got from our company. They gave us some advice.